Hello everyone, this is Tormuse, and today I'm going to be picking up Season 3 of Club Meetings mod for Doki Doki Literature Club, and shoot, I just realized that I just pushed F2 and brought up that gosh darn that frame counter thing there. Darn it, this is an issue that plagued the previous season. Can I like really quick can I just okay, hold on. Let me just see if I can fix that. Let me just. I don't know about. Excuse me. Okay, clear. There we go. I'm just adjusting the settings in there so that F2 doesn't. Um, there we go. Just adjusting the stream OBS hotkeys so the F2 doesn't bring the back. Normally, okay. I mean, this is an issue that plagued the previous two seasons. We're off to a flying start here, by the way. Um, uh, it plagued the previous season one of club meetings anyway, because F2 brings up the little counter in the corner there, which is annoying. And Jack Marina's here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? And F2 is also the hotkey that I use to start and stop streaming on OBS. For no particular reason, it's just arbitrary key. But I didn't realize for all season one that I was inadvertently putting that counter back there every time, and it was annoying. Um, but anyway, I was like just nervous about accidentally stopping the stream here. Anyway, all right, season three of club meetings. Here we go. The first two seasons have been great so far. Yeah, looking forward to this. Rumor has it that Natsuri will occur at some point, which of course hasn't been foreshadowed at all, and will completely ruin immersion and show Dev to be the hack that they are, or something. But I'm joking. It's yeah. Well, I mean, Natsuri does not become canon during season three. Sorry, it was all Yuri bait. Lol. It remains to be seen. We shall see. Also, Dev hinted that that Monica might um, come to her senses a little bit about how senseless her like irrational obsession with the player might be, and how it's unhealthy both for herself and the people who obsess over her and stuff. PGC's here. Welcome to the stream. I just joined to and show Dev to be a hack. Lol. Yeah, pretty much. I'm just kidding about that. Yeah, this is what's this? Monica needs to date someone in the simulation. You know, I've been thinking about that. I mean, particularly uh, considering the fact that Monica's her two mods within the mod that she made are based around shipping characters together, including herself. Um, and as much as she brushes off as, oh, haha, this is just a silly little thing I put together, it does kind of hint at some, you know, some level of longing that she has for some, some measure of intimacy or something, and like maybe she's, writing this story, those silly little stories because of, she wants that kind of companionship and feels like she can't have it, and she's trying to create it through her own fiction instead. Which is, I don't know, it's a little sad, I guess. I commented on there are a few times where Siri compliments Monica and Monica blushes, or that one particular scene in her harem mod where Monica's standing there shyly blushing, waiting for her turn to kiss Sayori. Um, You know what I mean? Like it just sort of not that I expect this mod to like break up Sari and MC so that Monica and Sari can get together. Uh, but besides, Sionica's my thing. I mean, sort of. Apparently, I don't know. um, Considering I'm making turquoise. And Dev is here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Um, but yeah, like it just I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where it goes. Anyway, looking forward to turquoise. Yeah, I'm. Progress is still being made. I think. I mean, just today, I actually finished writing the script for the bad ending. Um, which I guess is definitely actually going to be included in there. I was like when I was conceived it, I was sort of iffy about it. I don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't like to include bad endings in my work. I don't know. My thing is more like have some angst and then have it resolve happily in some manner. Um, so that I think the way I've written it and constructed it will work. Um, but it means I've kind of been just been sad for the past few weeks. Just um, I don't know. I actually think it is doing a number on me in the sense of trying to get into the head spaces of the characters. It just makes me sad. It's probably contributing to my overall executive dysfunction. By the way, spending an over overly long time in struggling to get out of bed each day, which probably isn't healthy. But now that that's done, maybe I can actually get onto the coding side of things. And all the other things I need to do. I need to find. I still need to find artists for some art pieces that I need. Yeah, work in progress. Anyway, this isn't the stream for talking about turquoise. This is the stream for talking about club meetings. Time to open episode 25 so that I can hotfix all the problems. Yeah, yeah. So this is like a medium build that Dev sent me privately, so I can point out typos and stuff. So I have to be extra vigilant today, and I've already spotted one in this screen right here. Anyway, excuse you. Okay, Doki Doki Club means is a Doki Doki Literature Club fan mod that is not affiliated in any way with Team Saddle. Any way should be two words, because we're not saying like, but anyway, I'm going to do this, or anyway, I'm going to do that. This is like not affiliate in any way. Like this should be two words here. So typo right at the starting gate there. That might be a mixed metaphor, but Did somebody already play test season 3? Maybe there will be nothing to fix. Maybe. I mean, aside from this one, maybe there will be nothing else. Maybe this will be the only one. We'll see. That person is super cool, yes, but we never find everything season 1 and 2 in point. Yeah. Yes. Hey, welcome to the stream, Larcus. How's it going? That's the template's mess up, but yes, we'll fix. Is that isn't the template? Okay, I never used the template. I haven't. I think I used like an earlier version of the template for True Literature Club 5 years ago. But other than that, 5.5 years ago now, I guess. But other than that, I've never used the template. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it says in there. I've been using copy paste the thing that Team Silvato recommended on their IPG guidelines. Their intellectual property guidelines. Um, just like when I go to an automated ATM machine to enter my personal PIN number. Anyway, yeah, let's get this thing started here. It is designed to be played only after the official game has been completed and contains spoilers for the official game. Game files for Doki Doki Literature Club are required to play as mod and can be downloaded for free at or on Steam. Please consult the readme.txt contained in the mod download for more information. By playing DDCM Season 3 Collection, you agree that you have completed Doki Doki Literature Club and expect any spoilers contained within. I agree. Here we go. Team Savata logo, and we'll always be here for you. Okay. That's cool. And I see Monica is still in front of the words of season 3. Her yeah, what's that saying? Thick thighs save lives. But apparently they block text though. You can That's easily fixed, by the way. If you put a backslash n, like lowercase n, in the config name in the options.rpy file, that will put this on 2 different lines, like one over the other. And then you can still, it will still display the name correctly in the upper left corner of the in the title bar. Just putting that out there. I wonder, this volume's a little high. I think hopefully that sound volume's okay. Can it be heard okay? Here we go. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Arson 3 collection. Miss Ida. Yeah, what's with this? I keep getting this running gag about associating Miss Ida with arson. I don't know what that's about. I mean, I know that it's she's the chemistry teacher and all that. The feature where launching an episode shows you the splash messages from that original episode. Okay, there you go. You typically miss those in the collections. Yeah, I can't remember if that made into this build. Well, we shall see, I suppose. Let's just start up a new game. Enter your name. Oh, right, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll just make it to our music again. Alright, here we go. Hi again. It's me. Before I get you started, I just wanted to see if you had already seen what happened this semester. Have you already played the Season 3 episodes, or should I avoid spoilers? Avoid spoilers? Well, I'll avoid sending you right to the group then, since a few developments will become fairly obvious. Uh-oh. Foreshadowing. Just come on, air. We shall see. I'll just send you to the menu first. Catch up and play the episodes. Then you can go see what we've been up to during this break. Have fun. Yeah. Which reminds me that yeah, in the season 2 collection, it had that same prompt at the start, like saying, "Have you played the episodes?" or do you want to do you want to avoid spoilers? And after I'd played through all the episodes, people in chat were pressuring me to, hey, start a new game, and this time say I've already played. And then it played an extra scene, which if people in chat hadn't been prompting me to do that, I totally would have missed that scene, and therefore I would have missed the reveal that the whole framing device of the Fuyuki's birthday party and the fact that Natsuki's been made president. So I kind of feel like I mean, it's a bit belated to do that for season 2, but I sort of feel like after you've gone through the episodes, maybe it could flip a persistent variable, so that clicking on the visit with a club member button makes it automatically play that scene, so that the player doesn't miss it. It's something to think about. Notice that, which is why I added in the intro scene to the both features. Okay, for season 3. There you go. Yeah, good call. Yeah, speaking of which, yeah, I did want to comment on that as well. Speaking of the bonus scenes from season 2, Natsuki's scene with Fuyuki is you get the definite sense that Natsuki's like feeling like really uncomfortably awkward, because having president powers means she knows that the game's view is on her. And you get the definite sense, hypothetically speaking, if the person of interest to her is Yuri that she's thinking of, I can sort of imagine, like as soon as the game cut away from her, she just blurts out, "It's Yuri! Don't say anything." uh, which could, depending on her temperament, mm, be followed with trying to brush it off, play it off with hey, don't just no big deal, don't make fun of me or anything, or maybe a moment of vulnerability of like this is like I don't know how to deal with this. Like just it's complicated. I mean, any crack/wild predictions for season 3 before we start? Yeah, I'm sort of predict that every single piece of content other than the episodes will be blocked with humorous commentary from Monica when you try to play it. Oh, really? Well, I'm gonna play through the episodes before I try clicking on those, but we shall see about that. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, correct predictions. Obviously, Miss Ida's going to burn the school down through some chemistry mishap. I mean, that seems to be the running gag going around, or something. I mean, okay. If assuming things play out in that story direction, considering how much it's been hyped up and hinted at, and Natsuki had to continually, repeatedly shut down discussion of it for the entirety of season 1 and 2, it would be really hard for Natsuki to finally turn around and go, yeah, well, actually, I do have a thing for her. It would be really hard for her to turn around from that. Like like she doesn't, she's not the sort of person who would just accept those I don't know, like all the ribbing is going to come from both from her club mates and from people in the audience emailing in and stuff. I sort of just generally get the feeling that she wouldn't deal with that well, and she's anticipating that, and it's just I don't know. And I get the definite feeling that on Yuri's end, she's sort of like thinking back to the like the Yuri's birthday thing where Natsuki dropped a cupcake off, and Yuri just kind of smiles and says, "Only Natsuki could get away with this." Hinting that Natsuki's the only one that she would have tolerated that from. But more interestingly, Yuri's asking around each of the club members in turn, yeah, about that cupcake, was it really from all of you? And they were saying, oh no, we didn't do anything. That Natsuki, it was Natsuki's idea, and Yuri just kind of smiling to herself about that, like, aha. Like you get this definite feeling like Yuri suspects there's some like more affection going on than Natsuki's leading on, but she doesn't want to say anything. I get the definite feeling like Yuri just wants to wait for Natsuki to come around on her own, and she's not going to push her. Yeah. For that matter, I kind of wonder if during the time skip in the Yuri Fuyuki scene, if they talked about that possibility, like maybe Fuyuki brought that up. I have a different feeling that Fuyuki could very well be the catalyst that gets them together. But who knows? I mean, you have to stretch this out over 12 episodes, so there's probably a lot of other things going to go on in the middle, in between those things. Let's see. Well, our school's a pile of ashes. Can't say I'm surprised. Yeah, just gals being pals. Yes, exactly. Good old gal pals. But yeah, besides that, predictions for season three. Also, like, Dev was kind of hinting in previous seasons because they just can't keep their mouth shut about those spoilers. Uh, but was hinting that Monica would come to some realization that her obsession with the player is unhealthy, both for herself and for the people and those so-called mass-pilled folks who are obsessed with her. And maybe I was about to say maybe that comes about in part due to that infamous email that I keep hearing about. That by someone who is like even more obsessed with Monica than usual. That everyone kind of steps in and goes, "Holy crap! Okay, like dude, chill," or whatever. Um, like maybe that feeds into the whole thing. Although the emails. They do sort of the email sections of these mods sort of exist in this bubble thing that's separate from the events of the rest of the mod. Which Dev indicated was a deliberate choice so that people can skip over the emails if they're not into that sort of thing. So I I doubt that would necessarily play a huge part in that particular plot point, but it, it could. I don't know. It could play off that in some ways. Hey, Spooky Spooky Waters here. Welcome to the stream. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. I'm not even sure which part you're referring to there. Well, yes, that email's coming soon. Monica loves you, the player. Hell yeah. Respect the player and embrace Leonica. Yeah, or reject the player, rather. Yeah. Imagine being the guy who sends such a horrible email that Monica falls out of love with every player. Oh no. Yeah, when you put it in that context, like yeah, that could that could be yeah that could really strain relations with your audience if you do that. That would be it would be a bold move, but yeah, probably best if she doesn't have that particular kind of epiphany as a result of the email section. Yeah, that now that you put it that way, yeah, that's probably better if she comes to that conclusion on her own. Although, how she comes to that could be very interesting. I mean, I sort of imagine, or at least I sort of hope that, you know, Sayori blowing up at Monica halfway through season two could be a bit of a wake up call for Monica. You know, that she's become so far like I mean, even though Sayori's blow up moment happened at the yellow wallpaper moment, you can the fact that Monica that day wrote the poem, about the last cupcake about her feeling happy about all her friends being deleted. Um, as much as like the poem was supposed to be based on reflecting on a moment in the past, like the fact that she even wrote it and shared it with everyone kind of shows, at least on some level, that she's what am I trying to say here? Um, she has some level of detachment from considering the effect that might have on her friends, that she's remembering the happy moment of when she deleted all her friends, and like it's hard to say how much of that factored into her her moments of reflection in the couple of episodes after that, and the reconciliation with Sayori. Um, but I can see that sort of impacting the feelings of yeah, hey, maybe I do need to step back and think about this. For the piss email, okay. Yeah, that kind of pod would actually include that email. Boo woo, gee, I wonder what abridged series has it. Well, anyway, let's just get started here. I've 25 minutes of this. I haven't even started the mod yet. There's an infamous email I received which was not shown. Uh-oh. Maybe that can go in the. Somebody made a comment that there should be a repeat of the truth or dare game between MC and Noski, and they should answer one of the emails which didn't make it through the filter. Maybe stop spoiling mod. Oh well, that's what happened in season 1. That's not a spoiler. But anyway, start season 3 episodes. Here we go. See episodes 25, 30. Episode 25. Here we go. Wait, hold on. Actually, before I do any of this, let's save. Okay. The club hosts a festival event in the club room. Yuri wants to have a chat. Okay. Okay. So I guess this is a repeat of like the notion that the festival repeats. I mean, the same festival repeats each year. This time in the club room. I mean, the vanilla original game, the festival event was supposed to happen in the club room. Season 2 had it happen elsewhere, but anyway. Start this up. I welcome you once again. Nifty. So that part works. Hey, there's the origami paper with the words in the doorway, and there's the. I wonder what that banner says. It's kind of neat. We brought the yukatas back. That's cool. Okay, good. That works. Yeah, it's cool. Cool. Yeah, nice little back. I was gonna. The only other mod I've seen that actually does this, like, recreates how the festival scene would have looked like in the club room. It was Monica Before story. So this is a neat reimagining of that. It says, "Welcome to the Literature Club." Banners hanging from the desk say Doki. That's cute. I was gonna say it should say, "Do you like literature?" In as per the posters from DDLC Plus. I'm kidding. Anyway, here we go. Well, I guess that's everyone that's coming. We're almost at the end of the club exhibit time. At least we had some people stop by. I think we only got the club room like half full, the most busy, but that's not nothing, I guess. I don't think anyone's going to join. I'm surprised, Natsuki. Usually you're the one who insists that we should keep the club as small as possible. I'd thought you'd be happy if no one joined. I would have said I instead of I'd, personally. Not that that's a big deal. I'd thought you'd be happy. It feels like a weird. It feels like a weird construction there. I had thought. Yeah, I guess it's fine. I mean, moving on. I told you I'm gonna be picky. I'm gonna be picky this time around. Weird manga construction for sure, but intended. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, I guess I am, really. But once we started really working on it, I got super into it. Is this partially supposed to be your super late birthday celebration after all, Monica? It'd be nice to have new members as a present for you. Plus, I guess I was kind of hoping all my work would Have a bigger splash? Well, I think it probably did. I mean, they weren't in here all at once, but we probably had 100 people through here today. Hopefully they had fun. Mm, I mean, I, I was tempted to say put a comma after hopefully, but I'm visualizing either way. It's probably fine. Yeah, I'm sure they did. That's the most important thing, is showing what we're all about as a club and making sure the school understands that we're a neat, fun group of people. I think we accomplished that today, even if you're very right that no one's probably joining. Besides, you all got me far too many birthday gifts already. I don't need new members. You guys are all I need. Yeah, it's probably the best way to look at it. And thinking about it, yeah, it would be bad to have more people at this point, probably. Even besides all the stuff about the club getting too big and impersonal, it'd be a pain to have to deal with all the reality stuff with someone new. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's, yeah, like, it would make things, like, really awkward on many levels, so, like, this part most of all. um, anyway, again, again, no offense, Miss Ida. None, Miss Ida and Yukata, cool. None taken. I do think you're right that that's more or less all the traffic we're going to get today. We're pretty close to the entrance, so the people who are going to visit us probably already have. But we'll leave some cupcakes and poems out just in case. Artbot really killed it with Ida Yukata. Cool, cool. It's a nice, yeah, it's a nice bit of artwork. That's cool. You're all ready for the recital in the evening, right? We are. Great. Well, for now, why don't we break out and enjoy the regular club time before we have to clean up and get ready for the recital and the regular festival? It'll be a lot of work to clean up, but I'm glad we had an exhibition room this year. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. All right. Well, let's enjoy some free time, and then Monica can call us all together when the time comes. Club heads off in different directions. We haven't seen Sari and Yuri yet. Who to visit? Well, save. I'm not sure. Does it really say Doki? It's cute. Um, it is a great Yukata pattern. Yeah. Here's fan art of Ida Yukata's Hot Fire. Cool. This list of characters is indicative of nothing. But Natsuki and Yuri, Siri, and MC. um, I mean, are we going to go through all of them, or I mean, the opening description said Yuri had something to talk about. I kind of wondered if, because Dev kind of likes to spring on us, like who's club president sometimes. I was kind of wondering if maybe Yuri was president, she had something to say to the player, or if she has something to say to Natsuki. Anyway, let's go with Natsuki and Yuri first, I guess. You get all of them? Cool. Natsuki and Yuri are sitting by the closet, reading manga. What? Natsuki finally got Yuri into manga, did she? That's adorable. So it turns out that the ice cream shop guy wasn't exactly what everyone thought he was. Uh-oh, we're getting the deep Parfait Girls lore now, I'm presuming. I mean, there is a comment about an ice cream shop guy in Vanilla DDLC, so Parfait lore, yeah. Anyway, very different, I would say. Yeah, but sweet. Minori ends up caring about him for who he really is. And it kind of hints that she knew all along about his real self and was really into that more than anything. Truly a heartwarming love story. Well, I don't care too much about the lovey stuff, actually, usually. Mm. I mean, okay. I would have expected to say lovey-dovey stuff, since that's the phrase that she uses at one point in Vanilla DDLC. Plus, that's a common phrase, like lovey-dovey. Lovey by itself, not so much. Am I being too picky? She said with angry blushing face. Yeah. Anyway. I like it more when they're baking or having adventures. But yeah, that whole thing with Minori and Ice Cream Guy is pretty sweet. Do we ever find out the name of the Ice Cream Guy? Nah, I don't think so. Oh. She's cool with the W stuff, yeah. Even later on, when he and Minori are going out, he's still just called the Ice Cream Guy. Natsuki, spoilers! I mean, that's indicative about how important a character he is, I suppose. Yeah. How unusual. Yeah. You okay, Yuri? You're kind of zoned out. Oh, yes, sorry. Torby's just arrived while we were talking, that's all. Yeah, I told you so. I suspected. Didn't I call it? Yuri was going to be president. That's just hard spoiling parfait girls. Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, hey, what's up, Terminus? So anyway, I really want to get into the next chapter. It's crazy what happens with Alice in it. Sure. Let me take a little break, and then we can get right to it, sorry. Right to it. Oh, sure. Let me hit the restroom real quick, then. Natsuki steps into the hallway. I'm club president this week, obviously. Sorry, I just wanted to say hello very quickly. It's been a while since you've been with us, and since you were here while I could see you, so I just wanted to take advantage of it while I could. How are you doing, and are you well? Yeah, meh, and not really. I'm gonna go with meh. I mean, I could say, yeah, I'm playing club meetings, hooray. Overall, I'm sort of meh lately, I guess. One of those days, is it? I hope something happens soon to make it exciting and positive for you. Or at the very least, I hope you have the strength to endure until things feel brighter. We all hope you're doing well and wish for the best for you. For you, you know, not just Monica. You have to work that gag in there. I think I hear Natsuki returning. Check that off the list, yeah. I'm probably going to spend most of the rest of the club reading this manga with her, I think. Tempted to put a comma after the instead of period. Not that it matters really. Love Yuri's flower. Is that new? Don't remember the pour? It was there before. I remember the flower. She even comments on it specifically, or someone compliments her on it, as I recall. The Kenzashi has always been there. Yeah, I think she even talks about it in episode 13. Yeah. Yep. Hopefully we can talk later, though. And I am back. Welcome back to the friendly confines of the Literature Club. Yeah. Now, where were we? Oh, right, this chapter. So like I was saying before, this chapter is big time about Alice, and a weird kind of choice she has to make, or at least priorities and boundaries she has to set for herself. Could this be foreshadowing, perhaps? Is Alice the Monica stand-in or something? I'm getting ahead of myself. I don't want to spoil it all for you. Let's just read it. Yes, let's. They're reading Parfait Girls together. That's adorable. I mean, it's I don't know. I mean, the fact that you know Vanilla DDLC like that's the manga that Natsuki focuses on. It's the first one she shows MC. It sort of hints that it's like a really important manga to her for whatever reason. You know, for reasons not particularly elaborated on. It's just subtext. So the fact that she's sharing it with Yuri is you know, could be like sort of meaningful in itself. No, I never foreshadow anything. Yeah. Yuri seems really happy with hearing Natsuki info dump. It's funny. They're such good friends. They're such good gal pals, you know? Just gals being pals there, you know? Anyway, let's go with Sari and MC now. Presumably Sari has her flower bow still going on. Sari and MC are sitting near the door, watching anime again. Nagatoro. I haven't. I haven't watched that that anime. I believe it's called like "Don't Toy with Me" since Nagatoro or something like that. Anyway. So I don't know what voice to give. Anyway, Sabaya is so gross. Well, I think it's cute. I like the way she obviously cares about him from the start, but she doesn't have any good way to show it. And she's kind of caught up thinking she's too cool to show it. But even her cool friends know she cares, and they try to push them together. More foreshadowing, perhaps. It's cute. And parts of it can be pretty cute, yeah. But it just goes a little overboard with the kind of gross fan service. Yeah, I've seen animes like that. uh, yeah, I made a comment in previous seasons about certain animes which I'm not gonna name, which were just periodically like the girls are talking and then the camera for no reason at all just cuts to like an upskirt shot or something. Um, it's just I don't know. It's weird and uncomfortable for me with it's just typical anime bullshit, I guess. Nagatoro starts weirdly fan servicey, but then gets incredibly wholesome as time goes on. Cool. Hey, maybe there's another one that I need to check out. Um, lately, I watched a few episodes of Uzaki-chan Wants to Hang Out. It's kind of cute so far. I like I like how you're how bubbly and happy Uzaki is in that show, and playing off of the I like. I was initially like hesitant to start watching it because I get the impression that the male main character whose name escapes me at the moment, uh, he's very much the tsundere sort of type and yeah, and he's just like super mean to her, while she continues to try to be happy and bubbly and stuff, And I'm not crazy about that dynamic. Sakura, I think, yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah. I like Dress Up Darling a bit more because Gojo gets so much more characterization. Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree with you 100%. That's I was sort of like I watched a few episodes of Izaki, just like, I mean, like, I guess maybe I'll continue. Like, just sort of hoping it goes somewhere. It's just, it's just, I don't know. Like the yeah, he's just, but yeah, as you say, like lack of characterization. Like he sort of feels like he's there to be. So, uh, what am I trying to say here? I mean, not just audience stand-in, but sort of also just sort of a hunk of meat for Uzaki because he's a swimmer and he's this muscular guy, and but yeah, I don't know. I guess I guess I'm finding that I do like that sort of the bubbly, happy nature of Izaki, and she's kind of fun to watch. I'm not sold on how their characters sort of bounce off each other. Komi Can't Communicate has a similar issue where the male MC is bog standard replaceable. Hector is bubbly and positive and also a sadist. Oh, great. Yeah, yeah. Another anime I watched recently is called Mirako-chan, which is uh, uh, um, it's a neat like horror kind of anime or where about a girl who suddenly, for no explained reason, one day starts being able to see monsters around her that nobody else can see. Like all these hideous creatures that range from like zombie-like things to like Lovecraftian monstrosities. And The enemy's basically focused on her trying to um, trying to force herself to not react to them because she's just like she doesn't know if she's going crazy or if they're real or like she's basically trying to figure out what's going on and just trying to not to draw attention to herself around that and all the stress that comes with that. And her friend in that is what Hana is a bubbly, happy, ditzy kind of character. Um, and Miko, main character, is comparatively very somber and withdrawn and subdued. And uh, it's neat. It's just I don't know. It's neat seeing them interact. Like clearly very close friends, and Miko like clearly cares for Hana a great deal, even though she doesn't express it. And I like their dynamic a lot better than the dynamic between say Uzaki-chan and Sakurai, because like even though like Miko doesn't openly show affection, she shows it in like a lot of like subtle ways that she really cares about her. And yeah, they're very shippable, quite frankly. Um, but it also veers into the kind of gross fan service that it for for no particular reason that the camera just periodically shows close-ups of girls like butts or boobs for just randomly for no apparent reason at any given moment while they're just standing talking or whatever. um, but the show was still engaging. I kind of liked it. Yuri suddenly looks in the direction of the player. Feels like I'm missing out on something. This past night I've been watching My Happy Marriage, which is about an emotionally abused woman who gets politically married off, but to a mentally strong, I assume that's supposed to say guy, who shows her basic respect and kindness. Huh. Interesting. That sounds wholesome. It sounds like maybe she can finally get into a situation where she can, find out about what an actually a healthy and positive relationship is like after. I'm guessing sounds like a lifetime of not having that. So that's kind of neat. Maybe I should write that down. Here, let's add these to the list of. So My Happy Marriage. I'll throw Nagatoro in there as well. Anyway, moving on. Really wish so many anime shows didn't feel the need to do that. Yeah, no kidding, right? and just Sari looking on at him with, "Aw, he just want to look at other girls." Anyway, especially ones that would be really cute and fun otherwise. I mean, I guess they can still be cute and fun, but I don't know. Just feels like it takes away from it a little, I guess. Yeah. Debating about whether that comma should be taken out. I guess it works either way. Anyway, I should probably restrict myself to commenting on commas that feel really out of place. Maybe I'm being too picky. Yeah, that's true. I guess I've just watched enough anime that I just ignore that stuff now. Yeah, I mean, on some level, I suppose you have to. They use style commas a lot to indicate speaking pace. Yeah, actually, and I think in a lot of ways that's the way to do it. I do that a fair bit myself. I barely even notice it anymore. Otherwise, I'd probably be pretty annoyed by it too. There's another place like a comic could go after otherwise, but I guess it isn't necessary. But as you say, in terms of speaking pace, it probably works better without the comma. Anyway, I just hope they end up together. That's another thing that can be really frustrating. If they build up the tension in the relationship for whole seasons and then never pay it off. You're getting super meta here, Dev. But yeah, certain shows I can name do that, but it probably don't want to name the shows because then it theoretically acts as spoilers. But yeah, you just, I mean, like when you build your show around the whole will they won't they thing, um, it it it, uh, it becomes profitable to just keep it as innuendo and subtext and not actually have it pay off, which unfortunately on some levels makes it for an unsatisfying experience. But uh, like yeah, studios want to make money. They want to keep the series going. So it's more profitable for them to not have it pay off, unfortunately. But yeah, oh well. But how could this possibly apply to anything meta? Yeah. Anyway, like remember in Yoruko? Oh hey, I remember that show. Maybe I should get back to it. 2 whole seasons of nothing? Oh no. Uh, considering considering that Dev spoke somewhat unfondly of season 2, that must have been annoying. 2 whole seasons of nothing. Who would do that? Yeah. Funny. They kiss at the end. Yeah, but it's like one kiss. Hey, one kiss is better than no kiss. Hey, seriously, there have been plenty of shows that play that whole will they won't they thing, and they're unsatisfying because there isn't so much as a kiss or I love you. Um, so Doki Doki Storm Writer says one kiss is enough. Little storms. Well, I mean that's part of the reason I wanted to throw some explicit, kissing and I love yous in there because I'm like, darn it, I'm not gonna play games with this. I'm gonna just make it very clear that yes, they're very clearly romantically interested here. you know, it's a good thing we got together in season 1. Yeah, there you go. See, Dev's doing it right. um, I mean, yeah. Well, okay. Mm, okay, at the risk of spoiling stuff, I guess, my Dress Up Darling at least has an I love you of sorts at the in the final episode of season 1. So I was okay with that. As far as I'm concerned, that was the perfect way to end the season. Um, with all that tension and stuff. Uh, I was, if they hadn't had a single "I love you" in there, I would have been considerably less satisfied with that. Um, I, because some animes, yeah, they don't have like sorry, this is turning into a massive tangent here about anime. Like Yuri on Ice was an anime that I really enjoyed. For instance, and yes, I know there are socio-political reasons they couldn't do it because like there's a lot of stigma attached to homosexuality in Japan and in Russia, which are 2 countries that are prominently featured in that show. But yeah, like the all romantic attraction is because they're 2 male characters. All the romantic and attraction is subtext and implied. There isn't a single "I love you" or kiss. there is a moment which looks like it was intended for a kiss to occur, but it's played off sort of ambiguously. Like it cuts away before the kiss would have happened, and then it cuts back to them afterward. Um, it's like that's all we got. um, what's going on in chat over here? Was this as long as it gets renewed? It will. Oh, you mean referring to my Joseph Dong? Yeah. I mean, I hear it's the season 2 is planned to come out next year, I believe. It's with Yamada-kun at level 999, also pretty good with this. Okay, underrated anime. Cool. Well, I'll throw that on the list too. My romance with Yamada -kun at lev.999. Gundam Witch from Mercury has the main sapphic couple get married in the final episode, but they never kiss nor say I love you. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I mean, getting married, that's a cool step as well. They just punch each other in the solar plexus. Or one of them does, rather. Oof. Ow. Or rather show their marriage rings after a whole show about talking about becoming married. Oh, okay. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, let's move on. I'm almost an hour into this, and I barely started this pod here, or this episode. Let's just get into this. She kisses him, and he looks surprised. We never get to find out what their relationship dynamic would be like, or really if they even had a relationship. That's the kind of stuff I really want to see. Like, I'm fine with building up so long as you pay it off, you know? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Hopefully. I mean, hey, maybe someday if I write Storm 2, we'll get to see the dynamic between Yuri and Natsuki and their romantic relationship. At least Turquoise, you'll get to see a bit of that. Yeah, I think. Okay, I'm gonna move on. That's cute. My boyfriend wants to see the couple fully in love, being all sweet with each other. Yeah, isn't that reasonable? After all the tension and playing with our hearts, it only seems fair that we, as viewers, should get to enjoy the happiness of a couple that gets together, at least a little bit. Don't you think? Yeah, I agree. I like the build-up too. And really, I just think it's super cute that you want to see the wholesome couple moments. Yeah, it is kind of cute, actually. NGL. MC's here for the romance, the going steady chapters. MC speaks. Oh, interesting. MC speaks for you, you say. I was just going to ask if Sayori was the one speaking for you when she says she likes the build-up. Considering that you threw in 2 seasons of it. But, like both? Cool. But the cozy stuff is underused? Yeah, that I can get behind. I mean, yeah, cozy stuff underused for sure. Yeah, I'm just thinking of, like, all the animes that I've watched lately. They've all been, you know, all about the will they won't they stuff and the build up stuff, and yeah, not as much to the cozy stuff. Anyway, moving on. Well, I guess because I like our wholesome couple moments. I don't know how it felt for you before we were together, but for me it was really tense. I spent a lot of nights feeling really lovesick and anxious. Yeah, me too. Or worse. Yeah, I can imagine. So, yeah, knowing what that's like, it's fun to watch, but I'd rather see the characters be happy together. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, I commented on that in the, you know, regarding My Dress Up Darling. I mean, yeah. I mean, not even necessarily see them be happy together. So if I could just I comment on the fact that you could at least have Gojo-kun, I don't know, be more accepting of himself and accepting that it's okay to want things and okay to be happy and stuff. Instead of torturing himself so much, that would make you feel better. Anyway, little not skipping the accidental topic jumps in. Yeah, what are you nerds talking about? Just a thing in anime where we see a couple when they're infatuated but not together for like ever, and then there's barely any payoff if they even get together in the end. Um, mm, yeah, okay, that comma works. It's fine. I mean, from a talking pace standpoint. I was talking how I always want to see them just being happy and wholesome together. Ah, yeah, big softy. But yeah, I totally get you. That's why I really like Tonakawa. They get married in the first episode. The whole story is just them being wholesome and happy. It's awesome. We should watch that next, Sayori. Do you want to get married, MC? Tilde tilde question mark? Well, yes, obviously. Just so blunt about it. It's amazing. But since I like to enjoy you being my girlfriend first for a little while longer, let's just watch some more anime for now. Okay. So cute. MC, I do, yeah. She's not ready for that answer. I know, right? Who to visit? Okay, let's go with Miss Ida. Miss Ida and Monica by themselves, apparently. This is the front of the clubroom lore now. Miss Ida is humming to herself and writing on some paper. She looks briefly frustrated and scribbles out some of her writing. This is backwards from the way it should be. What you writing there, Miss Ida? Oh, nothing important. Did you just come to check on me, Sayori? Yeah, I like to check up on everyone occasionally. Very kind of you, as always, Sayori. I try. So how'd your date go? Oh yeah, there was a comment about a date, wasn't there? Little epic background joke incoming. Lol, lol, hilarious jokes. Oh yeah. Oh well, it went okay, I guess. I called him a couple of days later and he didn't pick up, and he hasn't called or texted since then. Oh dear. So I guess I probably won't hear from him again. What a meanie. You could at least say thanks for the date. Well, I don't mind too much, to be honest. There wasn't really that much chemistry. This background I had used before, but I was annoyed because sunshine coming from the wrong direction should be on the left as you... Yeah. I was thinking that, actually. I mean, I think I've seen this background before, but flipped the other way. So, yeah. So flipped it, but now it looks obviously bad. If you read Japanese, huh? Yeah. 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 I can imagine. I can see that. Yeah. Oh well. It's like when Yuri's hair clip is on the wrong side. Anyway. I mean, he was kind and polite, but there was a lot of silence, and we didn't seem to have much in common. So honestly, I'm not that broken up about him ghosting me. So honestly, I'm not broken. I'm considering putting a comment in there. So honestly, I think I put a comma after honestly. So honestly, I'm not that broken up about him ghosting me. Like it feels like there's a natural pause there. I mean, it's perfectly readable either way, but again, I'm being picky. It's the front of the class. They just removed the teachers just for the festival. Yeah, it could be fixed by someone with really basic background editing skills, so that the words off the desk. Well, I mean, it would be. It could potentially be slightly tricky to get the perspective right, because it's slightly, like, the letters are slightly tilted to go with the fact that, like, these lines are at angles. Yeah, and like if you just If you just tilt it though, then the shading of the background starts to look off. It's not it's not strictly like a 100% easy fix to adjust it and make it look right. Here took the desk out because it was hurting the atmosphere. Yeah. Well, she loves atmosphere. Anyway, moving on. The call back after a few days I gave him was mostly out of courtesy. Because I don't really have a lot of other prospects right now. Aw. Lonely Masida. Well, you just have to keep trying, right? The right guy must be out there for you somewhere. I envy you, Sayuri. You grew up next door to the absolute love of your life so far. And the rest of it too, I hope. Yes, I'm sure. But it's just not so simple for most people. Turns out that most people you might be attracted to, you're just not, for one reason or another. Or worse, you are, and then they're not attracted to you. Ooh, is this hints at Miss Ida's backstory, perhaps? Anyway, I don't want to bring you down. How are things going with MC? You guys do anything interesting lately? Yeah, we did a date idea Yuri had. It was really fun. What was that? Well, we went out to a bookstore and we talked about some of the books we found. And the important part is, after that, you go out for dinner. Important part is, after that, you go out for dinner. Important part is after that. I was debating whether there should be a comma after the word that. Yeah, I mean, I guess it does help the flow to have the comma there, and then the important is after that. Yeah. Yeah. I could see a comma there. A hyphen is perhaps more appropriate. Could work too. Yeah, no comma after that, even though it's correct in formal writing, because indicating Sayuri's speech pace. Yeah. Yeah, that's where I get hung up a lot. I think is that when I'm doing my proofreading, I try to balance the cadence of what's laid out there and how it affects people who might be reading stuff out loud if they happen to end up streaming the mod. I mean, I'm speaking when I'm doing proofreading in general. Yeah, like balancing the cadence with what I learned in school about where commas are supposed to go and stuff. Anyway, moving on. Why is the notification sound keep going? Steam giving or whatever. Anyway, moving on. And then we had a bunch of interesting stuff to talk about that we saw in the books. And that's a very Yuri idea for a date, for sure. But it sounds like a good one. Maybe I should steal that idea the next time I have a date. Assuming I can find a guy who's interested in books at all. Most guys would probably be okay with a bookstore date, right? Well, you might be surprised. You've had a bit of a sheltered dating life. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say no to a bookstore date. It's, yeah, I don't know. I'd sort of feel awkward proposing such a date. I think. I mean, I don't know. I'm more of the like quality time sort of person. I like spending time like getting to know the person, the girl, woman. A bookstore date sort of feels like you're spending a lot of time just looking at books and readings and stuff, and I don't know how much that promotes like interaction. Yeah, I don't know. Shakespeare's good inspiration? Completely ignores hard punctuation rules because he really wants you to focus on how the line is being spoken with the punctuation. Yeah. Yeah, I get that iambic pentameter in there. Anyway. Moving right along. You had a sheltered dating life, but anyway, we don't need to talk about the horrors of my dating life. Well, we can if you want. I don't mind. I know you wouldn't, but I think maybe I mind. It's embarrassing sharing all my terrible love disasters with you guys. I'd rather just be someone you looked up to and can lean on for help, rather than a tragic mess who can't manage a love life. Tragic mess. Poor Miss Ida. This is giving, increasingly stronger hints about how badly things have gone for her. I mean, there, it's sort of been hinted so far throughout season 2 that she hasn't. Things haven't been great for her in her own personal life, but calling it a tragic mess kind of speaks volumes. Probably easier to land a bookstore date if you meet the prospective datee in a literature club. Yeah. Zyda, why do I focus so much on my work? Oh, no reason. Yeah. She wants to have good chemistry somewhere. Anyway. Well, we look up to you no matter what, I definitely would. Thanks, Yari. But be sure to focus on what you got with MC. You're very lucky to have such a close connection with someone for so long. Yeah, I know. I'm really grateful for MC every day. He's just so nice to just be around. And stuff. Well, make sure you're careful too. Like, with the physical stuff. Sorry, you don't need to hear about that from me. Well, I mean, I mean, safe sex is important, so. I mean, Ida's not a sex ed teacher anymore. Or anymore? Wait, was what she was once? I mean, thinking back to that one email in season 2, someone brought up the question of birth control and feminine hygiene products. And my first reaction was like, that seems like a bit of personal question, rather intrusive question to be asking people you don't know. But it's kind of neat how you turn that into, hey, let's turn this into a teachable moment here, and let's like educate our mostly teenage audience about the different products available and so on. Because it was a disaster last time she tried. Is this like the moles? Oh no. Oh no, she did fine, but she was not the normal teacher just filling in. Is that a joke that she's had to teach the men she's been with what to do? Oh no. She was screaming internally from cringe the whole time. No, she has actually taught us as well. Okay, who comment on the comments of our partners. Yeah. Well, hey, you know what? Teaching your partners whatever. I think it would be cool if we could take the stigma out of that. I think it's good to communicate about sex. If you're like with your partner. It's it's one of those things. It's tricky. It's really tricky to navigate because on the one hand, there is something to be said for spontaneity. Like when it happens suddenly, it's like haha, boom, wow, that's amazing. But on the other hand, talking things out ahead of time, it can be good for a lot of things. Like it's communicating what you like or what you don't like, or what's like a real no-go in the relationship. It is well, it just means that people are will be happier with it and enjoy it more. And like I've said before, I'll say it again. Like sex is something that everyone involved with it should enjoy, and if someone isn't having fun, something has gone wrong. Um, it should be enjoyable. You know, yeah, yeah, I mean, especially, being the autistic person that I am, in a lot of ways, I feel more comfortable knowing what to expect, Um, no comment on the confidence of her partners, haha. Face Jeremy's, oh, thank you. I take that as a compliment. Yes, been with people who do not tell you what to do because they know what to do, question mark, question mark, question mark. It's like, damn, I'll try this, and the person just answers, I don't know to every question. I mean, there was a neat idea I saw in there's a web comic called Chaos Comics. That's chaos spelled with a K. Comics also spelled with a K and ending with an X. I've mentioned that one before. It's about uh, tangled like lives and love lives of 8 different characters who are varying flavors of LGBT. Um, and uh, 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 it's the same story told from 8 different perspectives. Like it cycles through each character's perspective over the course of the comic. The comic is finished now. It's a complete comic. Uh, it was my introduction to a lot of LGBT concepts. Anyway, one of the characters was like had a history of violent abuse, and it caused all kinds of problems with intimacy. Um, and the resolution to that in the end, when they get together, uh, was to have this sort of questionnaire that both of them fill out that says like what they're comfortable with, what they're not comfortable with, like check off what's a yes, what's a no, what's a maybe. Um, and it ranges from like the question ranges from like explicit sexual things to just basic consent things, like in day-to-day life, like, are you okay with me like touching you or putting my arm around you without warning, kind of that kind of question. uh, because someone with a history of abuse might not be comfortable with someone just coming up and putting an arm around them suddenly, like, because it might uh, 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 trigger uncomfortable reactions. Um, I had a chemistry teacher in the streets and a soft skills teacher in the sheets. Funny, lovely, yeah. Um, but yeah, that was pretty neat. I kind of like that. Um, but yeah, but my part of my point is like one of the things, the points I'm getting at is like thinking back on my own. Uh, where is this stream going? My past sexual partners slash romantic partners. Um, you know, certain relationships. I've been because I've been with a lot of older women. Um, older than myself. And so I went into it with the assumption that, oh, well, they're experienced and must know what they're doing, so I didn't communicate with them about some things that I probably should have. Uh, and and then at one point I had a relationship with a younger and more inexperienced young woman, uh, and I did communicate with her more, and I dare say she demonstrated more competence, I'm going to say, than some of my more supposedly more experienced partners. I think because because I communicated, and I think it just goes to show, like, don't don't just assume they know what they're doing, so they don't have to say anything. Talk about it anyway. Um, it's I think it's worth talking out. Older partners who would do such a thing. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm talking about when I was younger. I mean, not someone who's older than I am now. But anyway, um, you're just someone 10 years older than you. Okay, cool. But yeah, yeah, but yeah, it's tricky to navigate that sort of thing because it can feel really awkward to bring it up because there are social taboos about talking about um, sexual things. I mean, I kind of like that idea about putting it in the form of a questionnaire, like particularly if it's like a pre-prepared one, like they used in that comic. In fact, I think um, it's like after the last page of the comic, there were links to templates for that sort of thing. You can just like download it and like print it out for yourself and your partner, and yeah, it's kind of neat. Um, it takes I think having it in that paper format ahead of time. Well, paper. I mean, it's an online form, online or paper, either way. Uh, it it, uh, it can serve to take the awkwardness out of it that would occur if you like tried to discuss it verbally, like say what you're comfortable and not comfortable with, or what you particularly like or whatever. Um, Although, I mean, it depends on the temperament of the people involved. I mean, for some people, it might make it sexier and more enjoyable to talk about what they like verbally and in great detail. Like, it's going to depend on the individual, but um, the individuals involved. But I don't know. I just yeah, I don't know. I just think it's yeah. Communication is good, people. Communication is so good. Communication is so cool. That's just I don't know. That's how I feel on the topic. Um, I feel like it's underrated, and I think it's valuable, and and yes, it can be super awkward and uncomfortable to talk about that, particularly if you have like you know like conservative background or whatever, or if you're just an introvert in general, or or inexperienced, or there are all kinds of possible reasons it would be an uncomfortable topic. Um, Hell, I mean, I can think of one. One girl that I interacted with that um, things seemed to be going well until I brought up the possibility of sexy times occurring, and then the whole tone completely changed, and I think I made her really uncomfortable by bringing it up. Um, and maybe I could have brought it up better. I'm not even sure. It I don't know. It was a weird moment. I mean, she invited me to her bedroom, and that had certain implications. So like, I thought I was well within my right to bring it up. It's not like I sprung sexy talk on her out of nowhere, but I don't know. Uh, it things just became weirdly awkward and uncomfortable after that. I don't know. It's some people just they're just so caught up in that stigma against talking about it. Um, and it's like, if it's like if you didn't want to do anything sexual like that, I was perfectly fine. Like I would have been perfectly fine to just talk and stuff and get to know her. Like I would have been fine with that. It was just like we had been in her in the out in her dining room living area for the most of that meeting, and then the inviting to the bedroom just kind of sends some signals. It was like, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. Happens, yeah. Maybe I shouldn't air my relationship troubles publicly like that, but it is. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, um, yeah, I don't know. Like it was something. Yeah, like you say, happens. Like sometimes some people, I guess, are weird about open communication about that sort of thing. I mean, maybe that's a sign in itself that it was never going to work out anyway. Um, I don't know. Like I don't know. I just sort of wish we could have talked about it afterward and said, "Hey, I see you're uncomfortable about this. Like, is there something we can do to make this more comfortable, or something? I don't know, resolve it in some way." But again, that comes back to the whole awkwardness feeds itself thing. So maybe bring that up makes it more awkward. Uh, but yeah, like I would have been content if she said like, yeah, no, sorry, that wasn't what I intended by inviting you in here. Then I would have been perfectly cool with that. And instead it was, well, never mind. I'm gonna move on. That's enough rambling now. Sorry, you don't need to hear about that from me, nor do you want to. What do you mean? Nor do you want to. Sorry, what is this? I mean, I think in this context, in these circumstances, Miss Ida is perfectly well within her right to bring that up, to bring up safe sex. It's frankly, I would consider that to be a valuable part of her role as a teacher. Anyway, it's okay. During the last school year, you didn't have to. Yeah. Hmm? Yeah. Less said about that, the better, I think. Sorry, what? Didn't have to. Yeah. The less said about that, the better. Okay. Sorry. What did they? What are they alluding to? Is this alluding to Miss Ida realizing nature of their reality and so on, or is it something else? You did have to, is what it says. Hmm? Oh, sorry. So you did have to. Yeah. Less about that, I think. Okay. Apologies for misreading that. Oh, hey, Brooke was here. Welcome to the stream. That's a jarring difference in style between the background and the characters. Sorry, on the contrary, give me all the details, gets out a notebook, tell me everything you know. So I was aware of everything that was going on at the instant the game froze. Was established in episode 24. Yeah. Oh, okay. That includes what Sarah and MC were doing. Okay. Okay. I get what they're saying now. I was a little slow to clue into that. um, Wait a second. Does that mean? Does that mean? Hold on. You don't need to hear about that from me. Uh, does that imply that Miss Ida checked to see if MC was using a condom? for that matter, does that, considering that they were trapped in the gym closet, does that mean that one or both of them was carrying a condom around with them at wherever they went, just in case? Hmm. Questions. She did not, but she does feel obligated to at least bring up safe sex. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Anyway, moving on. Anyway, don't mind me, I'm just scribbling. Go have fun and enjoy being happy with MC. I can do that. I hope you stay happy for a long time, Sayori. Who to visit? Just Monica. Is it going to be just Monica, or is she going to interact with someone too? Monica is hard at work, looking over some papers. So, oh, it's not just Monica. Still gotta do all that stuff, all that student council stuff, huh? Yeah, sure do. With Miss Ida around, they bother me a lot less, at least. And they were forced to accept a rather substantial budget increase after Miss Ida endorsed it. Sounds like it's a good thing she joined us, then. It sure is. Makes a lot of things about running the club easier. At the very least, it removes the threat of them cutting us off from stuff. I still have to do all this paperwork, though. Sure you don't need any help? As you know, I'm more than happy. That's sweet, but no thanks. I like filling out this stuff, believe it or not. It helps me feel like at least I contribute something to this club. You know you contribute a lot either way, right? Or at least we all feel that way. I know, and that's very sweet of you guys. I mean, MC says that, but we did have that indication, I mean, that Dev pointedly drew attention to that Noski is unaware, at least is unaware of how much work Monica does to like clean the place up before everyone shows up. Not to mention like the snack basket and all that. Anyway, but trust me, it helps me feel good about myself. And besides, I'm used to doing it at this point, so I can get it done a lot faster on my own. Hey, if you say so, Prez. You're not going to talk us out of helping break down the decorations and stuff, though? Well, I'd be really mad if I didn't get any help with that, so good. We certainly made the room look nice, didn't we? Although I wonder whose choice it was to write Doki Doki on the desk banners. Strange inside joke, that one. Goodness knows what our guests thought. That's funny. Is this background from the community assets drive or something, or is this or is this made especially for this mod? I feel like I've seen these before, but did find it in the asset drive. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just noticed that the cupcakes don't have words written on them, as they canonically do in the Natsuki route, at least. Oh well. Oh, that was Yuri's idea. She thought it would make the literature club seem a bit romantic. And yeah, I guess she probably liked the inside joke. Well, no one seems to have minded. Anything else interesting going on? You and Sayori have any exciting plans for after festival? Not in particular, no, although we might hang out. Because using the H word again. I know, they're past it. I keep harping on that, but it particularly strikes me as odd when MC uses the word hangout in connection with Sayori, but oh well. Recently, everyone keeps asking me about what me and Sayori are up to with these smarmy looks on their faces. Me and Sayori. Sayori and I. Strictly speaking, it should be Sayori and I. I don't know if you want to just keep MC having bad grammar or what. Tempted to put a comma after recently as well. Recently, everyone keeps asking me. Recently, everyone keeps asking me, versus recently, everyone keeps asking me about what it means. Yeah. That's correct, yes, but this really is MC's grammar error. Okay. Not sure why. Well, You guys are notably more affectionate recently, even by your usual standard. People notice that kind of thing. It's not that much different, is it? Well, in my case, I know you guys really well. So, when your relationship reaches, I don't even know what I'm saying. um, I mean, there have been manga did make or they've made the comment in previous seasons that that indicates the president is aware of people's emotional states when the focus is on them, which sort of hints that maybe she's aware of their sexual arousal while they're doing it, I suppose. MC Grammar is sequel to MC Hammer. Suri and MC getting a similar talk from different people. Yeah. She directly walked in on them in episode 24. Well, yeah. Yep, anyway. I don't even know what I'm saying. Just, and people who know and care about you both notice when you were happy together. And I think we all want to hear more about that. Gives us all a sense of vicarious satisfaction, which is what you might be reading as smarminess. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, like this is what I was trying to get at with regards to Natsuki's hesitance to admit to having feelings about Yuri, because she's going to interpret everything as smarminess, because like that's how she reacts to everyone else, you know, that's her personal bias. So like I can imagine she would be anticipating everyone's reactions, you know, and I could see her being very uncomfortable with that, and that's just sort of pushing her further into the closet kind of thing. Anyway, moving on. I see. Well, yeah, we might just spend some time together before bedtime tonight. It depends on how tired we are after the festival. Sayori loves the festival, but it can also be pretty exhausting for her. Last year she had a pretty big crash and needed to rest for a long time. Um, yeah. Again, tempted to put a comma after last year, but again, pacing stuff, so whatever. Ah, so that's why you guys were almost late. More or less, yeah. Speaking of the festival, what poem are you going to read for the big recital this year? In the Fall of Autumn? I really like that one. Not Eldest? I know you all really liked that one, but no, I'm going with the Fall of Autumn. That one was my favorite. And super picky now, like that rule about putting punctuation inside quotation marks. I, I know there are differing schools of thought on that and this sort of situation. Anyway, moving on. What about you? Petrichor or Funnel, maybe? Actually, I was going to go with a poem from the year before. I hardly remember that anymore. Which one? Well, last year when we did the recital, I wanted to read for Sayori, the poem this time the comma's inside the quote. After having two instances of the comma going and the question mark going outside the quote there. Ooh, good fix? Might as well keep it consistent. Should it be outside? Yeah. Something, no consistency. Per the outside the quotes usage unless the punctuation applies to the stuff inside. Yeah, I've been in the habit of putting punctuation inside quotes always. Although I sort of wonder if I should get out of that habit, because particularly there's situations where it muddles the clarity of what's intended to communicate when I do that, and maybe I should get out of that habit. I don't know. My to be honest, my style and punctuation, grammar, and so on choices have they've evolved a lot over the past almost 6 years that I've been doing this. So maybe I'll start start resuming resume. Well, maybe I'll start writing any more as one word instead of as two words like I've been doing. I commented on the use of any more as two words in the last season, and here we're back to writing it as one word again. So the cozy usage is the American one, but I just think it makes no sense. Yeah, well, it must be Canadian too, because that's what I learned in school. For a long stretch, should this continue to play season 3? Haha. Yeah. Style is like canon. It can be whatever you want as long as you make it make sense. Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? Honestly, I probably get overly hung up on adhering to certain rules. Like this is probably stuff I should get over, and like the any more thing. Like it's perfectly reasonable to have it as two words. It's perfectly grammatically correct, but it doesn't seem to be what the majority of people do in that context. So, like on the one hand, like some ways I like I have an attitude of like, oh, I got to be me. Like maybe it makes me feel a little special to just have my own quirks and different way of doing things, like spelling color with a U, and that like some Canadian things like that, or pronouncing the last letter of the alphabet as Z. Random examples. I don't know. I'm considering it. I do feel like I should probably consider being more flexible about things. Something to think about. Anyway, I want to read for Sayori, the poem I wrote for during that one really scary week we had. I mean, that's hard to say. I mean, it's sappy. On the one hand, it's a sappy romantic poem that she might appreciate, but on the other hand, it has connections to a really trying event in their lives. The whole lobotomy thing. Mind you, it's generally like the club seems to just not care about the whole lobotomy thing. I mean, certainly not as much as I do. I mean, in case it wasn't obvious. So hey, maybe she'll be okay with that. Otherwise uncomfortable association. Anyway, moving right along. But I was worried it'd be a little cringy and maybe that it would embarrass her, so I went for a safer option, the Grass Stains poem. This year I'm going to do it. I'm going to read my cringy Sayori poem, and if people don't like it, they can deal with it. And that poem's not cringy, it's lovely, and you should be proud of it. Contemplating putting a period here. Because it feels like a separate sentence. That poem's not cringy, period. It's lovely and you should be proud of it. I don't know. It feels like a. But again, it may be a comma instead of a period is more indicative of the pacing of the sentence. Semicolon would probably be most correct if written. That is true. A semicolon would absolutely be a valid punctuation choice here. I look forward to seeing the audience's reaction to it, and Sarah's reaction for that matter. Yeah, hopefully she likes it. I'm sure she will. That's sweet. Okay, everyone, time to assemble for poems. It was a writer's choice week for themes this time, so I'm excited to see what you all wrote about. Who wants to go first? I'll go. Sucker. Ants are such idiots. Did you see that one? The ant-lion pit has got to be so obvious, even to an ant. It's got to look huge and ominous, but they're totally oblivious. Wander right in. Get eaten up. What an idiot. What a sucker. Anyway, I'm gonna head out. Good thing I can't fall in any pits. And since this is the first time running the mod, this little click outside poem area thing appears. Oh. Well, that was Awkward. Like Natsuki fading in and then immediately fading out for that, and then for them to fade in. That can probably be. You can probably just take out the Natsuki image there. Anyway, there's the classic Natsuki twist. Well, maybe not a twist so much as ironic self-reflection. Yeah, that. Someone who thinks they're better than ants pretty clearly isn't. Yeah, fixing. Yeah, cool. But what I want to know is a person who's fooling themselves just a stand-in random person who Natsuki is making fun of? Yeah, this is something I wonder about / struggle with sometimes. Using they them as a singular pronoun accompanied with selves, like it should be selves or self. I personally I say themself. To indicate that it is a singular pronoun. Although I mean, normally like when referring to multiple people and you're using they them to refer to them, you'd use the word themselves, with an s on the end to indicate plural. But I don't know. I mean, it's a kind of thing like. Even though, I mean, they, them have been used as singular pronoun for someone whose gender you don't know forever, like for centuries, it's become more common in recent-ish years, like with more common knowledge about like non-binary genders and so on, or just generally. If you don't know someone's gender when interacting with them on the internet and don't want to make assumptions about that. They self, haha. Now on the club uses Elizabethan pronouns. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just wonder about that though. I don't like this is because it is not something that I like. What I'm doing my proofreading, I draw a lot of. I do a lot of drawing from my school education growing up, but themselves versus themself, that was never covered. So I don't know what the rule is, if there is a rule for it. I wonder what Grammarly says about that. But anyway, moving right along. Sorry, I'm harping on spelling and punctuation and all this so much because this is again, because this is the medium build before the full compilation is released. So I figure I should spend extra time paying extra special attention to that sort of thing. I could be going too far. I'm going to move right along. Just a stand random person who Natsuki is making fun of? Or is it actually Natsuki? I don't really think I meant either one. I mean, I'm as dumb as any other person, so it could be me. But mostly it was just supposed to be generic. Oh, okay. I just want to mention how much Natsuki has a super distinctive voice of all of us. Like, I've gone to the point where I could probably pick out whose poem it is who on any given day, but it's always been super easy to pick out a Natsuki poem. Using words like gotta and sucker, calling ants idiots, just makes the poem feel so lifelike. Like you're just talking with a friend, and before you know it, you've read a poem. Thanks for the compliment, I hope? Oh, definitely. Gives the poems this strong sense of being connected to the real world. You haven't seen harping on punctuation, not yet. Yeah. Real world. MC talking about the real world, or talking about their simulation as the real world. Anyway. Yes, it's a nice bit of informality that disarms the reader. Instead of confronting something really weighty, they experience what is almost normal colloquial speech. Like just talking with a friend, as MC said. Okay. Yeah, just take note of the single quote. I noticed the commas inside the quote, but hey, it's a full phrase, so it works following Dev's rule there, I suppose. Could go either way, really. I suppose. Right. It makes it more accessible. And since Natsuki usually wants to make pithy points about human beings, that's a great style for her. It does sacrifice some things. Natsuki's poems would have trouble describing something complicated or abstract, but when it comes to making these sharp points, it's really ideal. So, just because I want to improve, and not because I'm pissed or anything, what do you mean by something complicated or abstract? Well, sorry, was there a focus change fail there? Also, like, did she have the same expression through that whole thing? I wasn't. I neglected to look. I don't. I think Monica's mouth might have been open while Natsuki was talking. I'd have to review the recording. Actually, we can probably just hit the clip button on this and check that way. Yeah. Okay, no, her mouth was closed while Natsuki was talking, but yeah, the focus didn't change though. Have you considered using the autofocus bit of code, by the way? Or was the focus fail fixed? I mean, okay. Autofocus very buggy? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I've found it to be pretty reliable. The only time I had issues with it was when I was when I did Yuri's New Toy. There is for those of you who've played it, there's some very dramatic coding stuff going on in there. So I had to disable autofocus for that section, and I had to I had to make some new focus commands to accommodate Monica in her new position in that scene. Which was, I mean, it was a neat little thing to troubleshoot and figure out how to make it work. But in a lot of ways, not having autofocus would have made that section easier. But yeah, I mean, you've already finished writing the season, so it's a bit late to implement autofocus anyway. Moving right along. Well, your points are made socially a lot of the time, I guess, is what I mean. Like, here the reader's understanding your irony through the perspective of this human being who thinks they're so much better. You have to relate to them to get to the point, or at least to be able to understand what they're thinking. And then because you have an outsider's perspective, you can see how foolish they are to think they're immune from the same short-sightedness. I'm tempted to put a comma after perspective. Because you have an outsider's perspective, you can... Yeah, I'd feel better if there's a comma there. Moving on. But if you wanted to directly describe something like foolishness, or love, or a feeling of vulnerability, you'd have trouble. The main tools in your toolkit are social analogies. Remember Amy likes spiders? It's the same thing with a lot of your poems. Not that there's anything wrong with that, it's a really effective device to get across an idea. Just that if you ever wanted to come at the issue directly, that style wouldn't serve you well. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. But I think that what I do describes stuff the way I want to describe it pretty well already. It does. Your poetry is very effective. But just there's where you could try something different if you ever wanted to. That's just an awkward sentence. There's where you could try something different. Like, I don't know. I think it reads better if it was that's where you could try something different if you ever wanted to. That's, I don't know, personal preference. There's where just feels awkward to say. I don't know. Moving on. Fair enough. Yuri reserving comment, perhaps? Who's next? Oh, she really did reserve comment. Okay. Me. The sun rolled off. Sometimes I'm just walking around when the sun rolls off and can't be found. Birds stop singing, flowers die. It's just me in the pitch black sky. But now I just grumble and I go find that mean old sun that has been so unkind. It's almost like I'm taking a trip to a circuit breaker, give it a flip. Because it's kind of important to hold up the sun. Without it, I don't really get a lot done. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm just thinking, yeah, the trying to connect this with Sarah's condition and so on. It's easy to default to like, oh, this is probably relating to her depression and how it relates to her her interaction with nighttime and daytime, I suppose. Um, yeah, I don't know. Um, I'm just thinking about like her earliest poem, Dear Sunshine or whatever it's called, the one where she sort of resents the sunshine in the morning. Um, and here she's like trying to bring the sun back. So that's kind of a neat bit of dichotomy. I don't know if that was intended to be connected with her first poem, but anyway, moving right along. And they did it again. It like showing Sayori and then having her disappear. It feels odd. Anyway, a poem about your depression, no doubt, but it does seem to be about your improvement also. Yeah, exactly. That's exciting. Well, it would be, but I think this poem makes it out to be easier than it is for her. Having to get out of a depressive episode is a lot more work than this, right? Yeah. Or at least it seems like it. I obviously wouldn't know like Sayori does, but I know it takes her a lot of effort. Yeah, it does. But I kind of wrote this poem as a reminder that I just want to feel like a normal chore. Hmm. Just something I have to do once in a while, like washing the dishes. Because then maybe it won't feel so big and awful. I would like to turn to the poem itself. It is well written as always, but I find one passage in particular very artful. The part where she says, "But now," without any previous allusion to the way things used to be. Yeah, comma's inside the quote there that time. But I mean, in the context of the poem, I think there was a comma there anyway. So, hmm. For that matter, the comma could probably be taken out altogether. The part where she says, "But now," without any previous allusion to the way things used to be. Anyway. It is a lovely and subtle way to imply that things used to be worse without saying it explicitly. I just want to say I appreciate that. Thanks. Yeah, Yuri sure has a lot more to say about Sayori's poem than about Natsuki's poem. She just left it to Monica to break down her style and all that. Okay. And since we were talking about characteristic tones, somehow Sayori poems always make me feel warm and fuzzy inside. I tempted to put a comma after somehow. Even when they're supposed to be about something heavy or serious, I just always get a pleasant feeling from the way they bounce, I guess. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Something about her poems just feels happy. Even when the poem's not happy at all. When the poem's very tragic or sad, it creates a dissonant effect, which tends to amplify the sadness. When the poem is actually happy, it doubles the effect, so it ends up working either way. As long as my poems are all about happy or sad stuff anyway. Yes, but that's usually your topic, so it works out. Yeah, maybe I should think about branching out more. Entirely your call. I think a lot of your poetry just... Sorry. I think a lot of your poetry just the way it is. I would like to go next, if possible. The only light. Stumble ahead through lonely darkness. Your footfalls echo farther than you can tell. It is the first sound heard here in centuries. There is no one. There is nothing. Inside you, the sound only of those footfalls and your own heartbeat. Ahead, a pinpoint, a light so slight it does not seem to get closer, but you must walk towards it. It is all that is left, the last light, the only light. What could this be about? It's very ominous sounding. It's very ominous sounding. I don't know if it's about anything specific. She's going towards the only light left. I mean, I don't know. It's evocative. I don't know if there's any particular meaning beyond it being like really evocative and just having very vivid imagery. Anyway, moving on. Did it again. Yuri popping up and then vanishing. Like I am sure previous seasons did not do that. I mean, they definitely did. So, It is a mystery? Oh, yeah. Ominous? Yeah, welcome to Yuri poetry. Blushing Natsuki there. This poem just produces this feeling in me, this kind of spooky feeling. Like, the narrator seems to be happy, or at least okay, with what's occurring. But to me, it just feels like something is very wrong. Things are not what we expect. I put a comma after me. But to me, it just feels like something is wrong. But to me, it just feels like something is very wrong. Yeah, like I try to imagine with or without the comma. Like it's not terrible without the comma, but I sort of feel like it helps in that case. Anyway, moving on. And yeah, just kind of spooky. Yeah, that's definitely Yuri poetry. Something you don't really get, but which gives you the creeps somehow. Like you're navigating some spooky waters, air horn. Sure. So she must be doing something right. Right now, hearing us not get it, but be spooked by it, you're probably thinking to yourself, yes. Sorry. Yes, I did a great job with this one, aren't you, Yuri? And there's comma inside quotes. I mean, I think since it's a full phrase there, it works as a comma there. Diablo Gray is here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Yeah, I haven't seen you at one of my streams in a while. We're playing club meetings. We're into the season 3. And I'm doing a lot of overly critical proofreading because this is an medium draft which is going into a compilation. So I have to catch any and all errors and non-errors which might nevertheless be helpful to point out. And I'm probably being really annoying about it. But I still have 9 viewers watching, so that's which is about as many viewers as I typically get for these things. So I guess people aren't too troubled by it. Makes the poem pop out issue for the rest of these. Cool. Character no longer fast vanishes for a couple of years. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. And basically, yes, it's definitely very atmospheric and creepy. It gives such a personal feeling. Yuri's always the best at conveying a thought or image, even when you don't understand the idea behind it. This one seems so familiar somehow. I'd put a comma after familiar, personally. Yeah, not that this is strictly necessary, but yeah. Just been lurking, but I await the episodes that have to be split into 2 streams. Oh dear. Is that coming? Are you saying I should pick up the pace? I probably should. Anyway, I think it's great. I really like it when Yuri sneaks a single small rhyme in somewhere. Like in this one when she says, a light so slight. Period inside the quotes there.
You barely notice it, maybe. Huh, well, it's hardly the most original rhyme in the world. Yeah, but it's not like the rhyme itself, it's the way you just slip it in there, in a poem that mostly doesn't rhyme. And it's even within a line rather than from a line to a line. I still find myself wanting to know what it all means, though. Like, yeah, it's always amazing how vivid the feeling and the imagery is. I just wish I knew where the feeling was coming from. Sometimes, Yuri, you tell us to think about experiences we've had that resonate with the feeling, but I don't think I've ever had an experience that felt like this poem does. I'm surprised. But perhaps you will one day. Hmm. Shall we do the next one? Sure, I'll go. Where'd you go? I thought maybe I'd call and catch up sometime, or meet you for lunch somewhere quiet and nice. But we just met on the street and say hi real quick. How you doing? I'm fine. What have you been up to? Not much. Cool. Take it easy. Yeah, you too. It feels like we never lost each other, just that we kind of faded out. Hmm. Now, there's a weird grammar mismatch here. Like, we just met on the street and say hi real quick. Like, past tense followed by present tense in this first sentence. I mean, maybe MC just typoed or something. But it made my brain trip a bit there. Trip over the words there. Their episodes in the season get kind of long. Oh, is that so? We shall see, I suppose. Hmm. But yeah, where do you go? Yeah, it's an interesting way of framing it. Like, is this a very kind of a familiar feeling? I mean, I've had people in my life that are like that. That we had some very interesting, in-depth conversations, and then at some point it just got relegated to a "Hey, how's it going?" and nothing else. Anyway, what's this one about, MC? Sounds like you missed someone. It's not about any single person in particular, it's just about the feeling of drifting away from someone slowly, and knowing it's happening while it happens. Yeah, kind of a bummer. Well, I thought your poems were getting way too happy, so I decided I needed to bring the mood back down. Presuming he's being sarcastic there. Just kidding. I don't know, it's just an interesting feeling to me. It sounds like the narrator isn't ready to let go. They were hoping to catch up more meaningfully, but instead got a more trivial, casual, I suppose you'd read that as causal, casual interaction. And it sounds like that is what makes them feel like they're drifting apart. But it also feels like the relationship was going to fade out no matter what. The narrator said he thought maybe he'd call, but then he never actually does. So either it's his choice that this is happening, or he thinks it's inevitable. Or both. I don't know. Makes sense to me, even if it's his choice. Like, you can still feel bad about drifting apart, even if you're not motivated to stop it, or know that drifting apart is just going to happen and it's not worth freaking out about. That's how I feel about it anyway. The directly transcribed conversation was very literal, but very poignant. Yeah. By highlighting it in the way he did, MC really drew attention to how much he is hiding behind many such banal interactions. The complexity of people's feelings, their lingering regrets, the inevitability of change. Much lingers behind the ordinary. Yes, I definitely meant all that. Yeah, I mean, no, that's how I, Yuri's interpretation. That's how I read it. So yeah, besides all interactions are causal. Yeah, but yeah, I was gonna say, um, yeah, I can think of a couple of people in my life who treated like friendships, interactions, relationships, whatever, as being this thing that inevitably fades out, and I'm kind of looking at like it doesn't have to be inevitable. I mean, like we can talk again. We can talk some more if you want. Um, I guess it depends on I guess it depends on like how much energy you want to put into the relationship. And, some might be more worth it to some people than others. Hmm. It's also easy for there to be like a mismatch between the two people, how much they value uh, uh, carrying on with it. Anyway, moving on. Yes, I definitely meant all that. You did mean all that. It's just you put it a different way. Looks like I'm closing for us today. Blades of grass. I went to lay in a field of grass and dandelions. When you're walking, you barely notice the grass. It all seems the same, stretching on and on around you. A patch of clover here, a bare spot of dirt there, but otherwise grass is mostly all the same. And then you lay down, you get close, and you see how different grass is from grass. Tall, short, sharp, thick. This one is loved by insects. These two curl around each other. That one is a deeper shade of green than the others. Such magnificent, minute precision. Such bewildering, varying differences in characters. And all for what? And all for what? I mean, overall, it's the contrast is interesting. Between like walking over grass and lying in it and noticing finer details. I'm kind of unsure what the all for what at the end means. What could Monica mean by that? I mean, noticing that distinction and realizing that, hey, there's more to things and, maybe by extension more to people if you take a closer look. I mean, so it kind of goes without saying, really. I mean, the all for what could just refer to the fact that, like, there's all this fascinating fine detail going on, and we're just walking over it all the time. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. Excuse me. Oh, that's lovely. Nice little nature poem. Very different than what I'd expect from you, I think. Not that your usual poems have anything wrong with them, but usually I thought you wrote about metaphysical stuff, so to speak. A lot of the time, yes, but I don't know. Um, don't like commas after buts. Hmm. I guess that's supposed to indicate the pause in the speech. Indicates a pause, that one, yeah. I get tired of harping on the same theme all the time. I thought I should mix it up a bit. Stop fretting about everything and just think about life out in the real world. Or, so to speak, I mean in this world. Okay, I was just going to ask about that. I mean this world. Hmm. Hmm. I think that's a cool topic. It still is a little thought-provoking at the end, though. When it says, and all for what? Does it need a reason? Yeah, I mean, that was what I was asking. Like, does it need a reason? Strictly speaking, there should be a comma after end, although, again, indicating pace of speech, yada yada yada. Anyway, I feel like there should be a reason. I understand what Monica feels. There is such complexity and such marvelous detail. It all feels like it should be for some purpose. I wonder if, with that last line, Monica is wondering about why there's so much lovely detail in the world or in this game. By the way, I kind of like the fact that yours is I understand what Monica feels, because it sort of feels like a throwback to when she says I understand how Natsuki feels in episode the vanilla game in the first day. Anyway, moving on. Or in this game, I guess I didn't really consider that. I tried to think about the difference much. I also really like the last line. Kind of reminds me of my own stuff a little, and all this description of this cool scene, and then in a single line, it's like, yeah, why is there all this? What's the point? I dig it. You got Natsuki's highest poetry compliment, Monica? I guess I did. It's nice to hear you write about something so relaxing. And, normal, I guess? I really liked it a lot. Thank you, Sayori. Time to set up for emails? Yeah, I guess it's about that time. I guess I should assign a poem topic for next week while Sayori sets up. Let's make next week all poems about an intangible feeling of some kind. So, not particularly a change for me. Ha, yeah. Yes, you'll probably do well, Yuri. It looks like Sayori's almost ready for us with the emails. In the unlikely event you didn't already know, we answer emails from your world during our meetings. Feel free to send me an email at lit.club.pres.monica@gmail.com, and chances are pretty good that we'll answer it live during a meeting. About ready, Sayori? Almost. You've gotten a lot faster at it. Well, I've had a lot of practice. Okay, all set. Well, without further ado, let's see the first one.
Okay. I'm gonna move chat over to this side. Well, okay. It's still kind of in the way. Okay, I'll um, just shift it down there, I guess. And also, I need to use the washroom, so I will be right back. I'm gonna here let you read the email while you do that. I'll be right back.
And I'm back again. Steam notification sound. Yeah. Uh. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to follow up on that later. Just put that back there and then submerge it. Suppose I can. Shoot. Sorry, I'm just. Maybe, I suppose this does deserve a prompt response, actually. Sorry, bear with me. Yeah, I don't know. Brothers invited me over for the long weekend. Just for like over for dinner. What's your copy of club meetings? Haha. what what's your schedule like tomorrow, Dev? I'm wondering if I can fit that in. Around whenever tomorrow? Like, I wonder if I can knock out a stream early in the day and then visit my brother for dinner afterward. Go for it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I can probably make that work. Okay, cool. All right. Anyway, moving right along. Let's read this email. Hey, our fabulous Dokies. I hope y'all had a nice break from us. Ooh woo. Believe it or not, I have some questions. MC, hey there, MC. How are you today? Done anything wholesome with Sari behind the scenes? Sari, and how are you today, Sari? If you were taken to jail with no context, what would your friends and family assume you had done? Ha. Yuri, hey Yuri, what's the most interesting thing you've read or seen this week? Monica, what is the most ridiculous argument you ever had with someone? Noski, if you were given a 1-minute ad slot during the Super Bowl that you couldn't sell, what would you fill with it? That you couldn't. Okay. Miss Ida, I'm excited we get to talk to you now. How are you? Have you gotten used to the fact you're in a simulation now? I nearly instinctively jumped on and said, aha, that should be gotten used with a D on the end, and aha, that should be YOU apostrophe, but no, I don't think it's my role to proofread the emails. I should stick to proofreading the actual text of the mod. Anyway. If not, that's okay. We all love you. And everyone, you are trapped in a house and the only escape is to solve a bunch of puzzles. You are working as a team with the person to your left. How screwed are you? Anyways, hope you have a nice rest of your day. Bye. If you proofread the emails, we will have a very long evening. I know, right? Yeah. But yeah. Okay. I have to say, like, this is the kind of, as far as these emails go, this is the kind of email I prefer. You don't have to have outside context to appreciate these, right? Like, when the emailers are asking about specific fandom things, and it's like not something I'm familiar with, and it just goes over my head, and then all the responses go over my head, it's like it's less interesting. But this is something that like everyone can get behind, you know. This email's nice, yeah, exactly. And also, it isn't like overly gushing about Monica. Imagine that. Anyway, this one's broken up. MC is up first. Things are going well, man. Thanks for asking. Having a pretty fun day today. Yeah, Sari and I are pretty wholesome, I like to think. The other day we made popcorn together, like in a pot instead of a microwave. And we didn't burn the house down. And we didn't burn the house down, true. They want to hear from you next month. I'm also good. If I went to jail, everyone would probably assume I had stolen food. I think we'd all probably think it was a big misunderstanding. Yeah, there's no way you do something bad on purpose. Except lobotomize your club members, perhaps? Anyway. You guys are so sweet. Yuri? Just a moment. Reading. Okay. Is this a new thing? We're gonna give the readers like time to read before you throw people in front of it? Anyway. This week, I saw a video of a magnapenis squid a few days ago. Oh, she's still into the aquatic life, I guess. They live in the deep, deep ocean. No human would ever see them directly because they live too deep down. This kind of makes me maybe someone should, as much as I'm saying, oh, move away from the specific fandom things, maybe someone should send in an email asking Yuri if she's played Subnautica. Sarah steals food every time she's present and just makes everyone forget. Yeah, there you go. It's a perfect crime. She's probably got the lobotomy thing all practiced now. Yuri does talk about Subnautica at some point. Forget when. Neat. Okay. Anyway. They live too deep down, so only submarines can get to them. But they look bizarre and alien, like something from another planet. Yeah, it's true. There's some weird stuff down there, and they get very big too, like ridiculously huge. Because like think giant squids and stuff. Because they have to be able to withstand the pressure that deep. I was the thing about submarines I was gonna comment on that one failed submarine mission recently, but anyway. They are fascinating. I recommend looking at it if weird sea creatures don't frighten you. Sorry. Oh, Magnapena squid? Yeah, you can check that out, I suppose. Magnapena, you say? I'm just putting a note for later. Actually, I suppose I can look up a picture right now, just out of curiosity. That's pretty. That's cool. Huh. Neat. Anyway, moving right along. I recommend looking at it if weird sea creatures don't frighten you. The most ridiculous argument I've ever had with someone. Well, arguments about whether or not to rebuild reality are inherently ridiculous. I mean, I guess she's talking about presumably she's talking about the argument that she had with Sayori. That one specific argument. Like the one specific argument they had when they came back at the beginning of the mod. Although I also sort of wonder if it could be referring to things like breaking the time loop, for instance, or other means of rebuilding things. And she did not want to at first. Oh yeah. Anyway. But that's probably not what you mean. If you mean something that didn't really need to be argued about, I once got into a long internet argument about the right way to wash rice. I've always washed rice by just filling the pot with water, jumbling the rice around, and then draining it. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what I do with like washing all kinds of vegetables, really. But the other person insisted that doesn't get rice clean, and you need to just constantly rinse it in a sieve or strainer. But that just seems incredibly wasteful of water, as I pointed out. Anyway, we went back and forth for nearly a day. Kind of a typical dumb internet argument, I guess. Hope that sates your curiosity. This feels like it might be a author insert autobiographical thing here. But yeah, internet arguments tend to be really dumb. Some people get really hung up on like just dumb, in my opinion, really dumb things are like like the nature of canon would be one of them. Like people who say that certain characters can't possibly get together or whatever. Like random example, like Yuri and Natsuki can't possibly get into a relationship because they had an argument once. Like as if that's there's any logic in that. Anyway, moving on. Oh, I like this question they have for me. So, if I had a high-look ad, I would probably try to create a baking business off of it. Hey, good. That's cool. Good for her. I'd be like, look, I'm an 18-year-old Japanese baker, and I somehow managed to get a premium ad. Buy my products. At least some people would put in orders, right? Everyone would talk about the young, spirited entrepreneur who got a big ad. Then maybe I could bake for a living if enough people heard about me. That'd be fun. Isaida. People do tend to ask me this. Yes, I'm coping just fine, thank you. I'm doing alright, or at least as alright as I was before all of this. I've been very lucky. The club has helped me through it. So I don't think I've had as difficult a time adjusting as they did. Thank you for your love. It's very strange to me that a bunch of strangers in an alternate reality all love us just because. But I do appreciate it. Yeah. Sorry. A question about the person standing to your left. Everyone freeze. How would we do at puzzles? I think MC and I would do alright at puzzles. We probably aren't the best possible team you could form out of everyone, but we do okay. Certainly wouldn't embarrass ourselves. We're both smart people. I guess it really depends on what kind of puzzles they are. Obviously, I get carried by Yuri. She's really good at this sort of thing. I think you would contribute much more than you expect you would. So not anything close to you. Yes, well, I do have a certain proclivity for problem solving. But still, I think the strongest team would be myself and Natsuki. Sorry, just enough of her arms exposed here. Shouldn't we be like seeing cuts and or scars? Immersion ruined. I'm kidding. So I think the strongest team would be myself and Natsuki. Yeah, sorry, not to get hung up on that or anything, but sleeves this wide seems like that like it would allow a lot of people to see a lot of stuff that Yuri doesn't want people to see. For a second there, I thought I might people ask her if she's doing all right frequently. I was like, dang, I see you get it together. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Yeah. Or should I sing that line? Ida, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Ida? Anyway, yeah, the comment about Yuri having a proclivity for problem solving is kind of funny. I mean, not to spoil turquoise or anything. But Yuri has a problem. I'll just say that Yuri has a problem-solving moment, and one of my play testers, readers, I guess at this point, specifically commented today that they liked her problem-solving moment. Turkeys, yeah, there you go. Sequel to Onion Club. Sure. Anyway. But still, I think the strongest team would be myself and Natsuki. She does exceptionally well at coming up with creative ideas and solutions. I mean, that's one way of putting it. The whole balloon and maple syrup thing wasn't indeed creative. Sometimes they're silly or don't work well at first, but that's where I'd come in. I'd I'd probably do all right with Sayori. Should that comment be there? Probably do all right with Sayori. Anyway, we figure stuff out. I think it would be a complete disaster. I mean that would that would be my first impulse with these two. I kind of feel like they'd be all over the place. Oh well. I'd be totally hopeless. You might be able to solve some of the puzzles, but then one would frustrate you and you get mad, and you'd be like, "This puzzle is stupid. This whole thing is stupid." You'd do much better with Yuri. I know that Monica and I work really well together on hard stuff. She's really patient with me and my failings, and you're very patient with me and my failings also. You don't have a lot though. But yeah, I don't think there's anything Monica and I can't accomplish together if you give us enough time. Yeah. I mean, this is typical Sayori self-deprecating stuff. You know, putting yourself down, underestimating yourself. Interesting, Sayori going, you don't have a lot of failings, like, considering that how much Sayori blew up at Monica and wasn't willing to forgive her or talk to her for a few weeks. But I mean, I know it's all past. It's all in the past and so on. But I sometimes sort of wonder, like at this point in the series, I sort of wonder if she's trying to throw in some extra compliments here and there to help, in some ways to help make up for it, or maybe make up for some sense of guilt about it at least. Anyway, moving on. We're a good team. We really are. Anyway, I also really like my chances with Masaida helping me solve puzzles. She's incredibly smart. In a limited subject area, perhaps. Well, you say that, but I think you're just smart in general. I mean, she's got some troubleshooting ability. She sort of worked through in the whole like having to build a reality thing in the last episode. Anyway, moving on. You know a lot about tons of stuff other than chemistry. You're really smart about literature, at least that we know. So I think you'd be a good puzzle solver in general. Thanks for the email. Let's see the next one. Okay, I think I'm gonna put chat back over here now. Unless another really big email shows up. Cookies. I thought this one was satisfying, at least as far as Sarah is concerned. She said cookies. Anyway, cookies are cupcakes by Sergi. Oh, well, we can do this one pretty quick. I've definitely come to prefer cupcakes, although I used to be a cookie person. Cookies, though I love cupcakes, especially Natsuki's cupcakes. Yes, well, you also love the cookies. Yes, although you don't bake them that often. I mean, you enjoy stealing cookies I'm eating. Maybe a little. Yeah, it's just throwback moment there. Little funny that you haven't shown characters here. This is like the one email where you could probably show everyone and it wouldn't cover anything up, and no one is being shown. Anyway, I obviously like cupcakes better. I like both about the same. They're both great. I definitely prefer cookies, although I have yet to try Natsuki cupcakes. Oh, is that so? Like Monica, I have come to be a cupcake person. Hold on a second. All these cupcakes here? I mean, yeah, I know they're for guests. You're telling me Miss Ida did not get a single one of those? Tragedy. Anyway, like Monica, I've come to be a cupcake person. She's going to, don't worry. Okay. And there you have it. Next. Oh, sorry, force of habit. But let's bring up the next one for sure. Here's a silly question for all the female club members. Why do sometimes the skirt you girls wear decide to just bend like macaroni, Carter? You're loving cupcakes now because of Natsuki Uwu? Yeah. downloaded. Yeah, it's like that. What was that line from Sayori says no to suicide? Or Yuri says Natsuki's baking the cupcakes. I'm just assisting. um, so many possible euphemisms. Anyway, moving on. Like macaroni. I suppose our skirts are weirdly flexible, aren't they? Obviously, we're not wearing them right now, but I think I know what you mean. They're actually built super thick and tough. They're surprisingly heavy when you pick them up, but I think that's part of why they can bend so much and so weirdly. It'd be really hard to rip them. We have to wear them every day, after all, so they're built to stand up to lots of pulling and stretching, lots of abuse. So I think a side effect of that is that they're very pliable. Well, makes sense. Yeah. It means that when we're running or doing that hip whip thing that Monica does sometimes, the skirts get really flowy. Hip whip thing. I assume that's referring to her special pose. Does that imply that she doesn't actually ever hold that position? That it's just like a quick motion, like she just goes and But if it's maintained for several lines, does that mean she's just like repeatedly doing the hip whip? Anyway, moving on. Hip whip thing? Yeah, you have a hip whip thing. You do it when you're flirty or teasing someone. I'll let you know the next time you do it. Well, okay then. Let's move on. Do the yukatas have special poses available? I don't think I've seen any so far. I mean, it would require a whole redraw of them, so I have a feeling not. Right, moving on. They do not? Yeah, that's what I thought. Natsuki. So according to Fuyuki, she said she sometimes wants to be a musician. Does she play any instruments? If so, what instruments? And is she any good at them? And for the club as a whole, if you were to play any sort of instrument, what would it be and why? Monica can't choose a piano, no cheating. DJ. Oh, cool. Question about Sis. Yeah, we got a few over the break. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Sis can play a few instruments. She's okay at most guitar-like stuff, like guitars, ukuleles, that kind of thing. She sings pretty well. She can also play piano, although she's not as good as Monica is now. No, shucks. But mostly she likes to do production stuff, like balancing and mixing, that kind of thing. Okay. I don't really know a lot about how all that works, but I think she's pretty good at it. What about you guys? What instrument would you play if you could? And he says no piano for Monica. I'm going to go with electric guitar because, obviously, yeah, I mean, that's how you get girls, right? I mean, so I hear. I mean, I know a guy who plays guitar. He says, you know, he did it because it's easy to get. Because girls really like seeing him play guitar. You know, so he likes to whip it out at parties and stuff. And Natsuki's shouting a guitar solo to get girls. Got it. Yeah. Exactly. Anyway, moving on. I've always thought the flute was nice. Ooh, good choice. Although I'd be more specific and say, shakuhachi. Okay, what's this? I do not know what that is. I have played the flute briefly. Oh, neat. Okay, so it's like a Japanese flute, but it's not like the traditional transverse flute. It's like more in front, more like a recorder. That's kind of neat. Anyway, yeah, that kind of traditional instrument is really appealing. I would want to be able to play some good traditional zither, like a guzheng or a koto. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I'm not even sure what those are. Zither, guzheng, or koto. Okay, this is already going on too long. I'm not gonna. Maybe I'll Google those later. I'm not really sure. I don't really know what I'd be good at. I guess I should start with something easy, like a recorder. This is if you could play anything, not just where you'd actually start in real life. Yeah, I'm still gonna say a recorder. Yeah, fair. Can't see myself playing anything else at first. Yet. Let's see, if I couldn't play the piano, I guess I'd have to go with the theremin. It's a fascinating instrument, and I'd love to be able to play it well. Wait, fine, maybe I will look it up. Okay. Ah, yes, okay. I've seen that before. Oh, fine. I'll look up the other ones, too. Zither? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty neat. What were the other ones again? Oh, yeah. Guzheng? Huh, okay. So, string instruments. It's, seeing a running theme here. Yeah, okay. So just different varieties of Japanese traditional like string instruments. They look really neat, and yeah, I mean it's not something you can like whip out at a party like a guitar, but it's it'd be kind of neat to be able to play one of those. This is very awesome. Cool. Anyway, fascinating instrument. I'd love to be able to play it well. I would learn now, but it's very difficult. One last email today. Oh, there's a short list. I kind of expected, since this is the first one after a long break, I kind of expect there'd be a lot of them. I mean, I know you bashed through like 100 of them during the extras for season 2, but still. Anyway, last email today. Hello everyone. I hope you are all doing well. I'm finally getting professional help again. Oh, okay. This is from a previous emailer, Spud. Okay. Professional help again for my issues I mentioned last time after being let off by my last therapist around the time of writing my last email. I'm hoping that I will finally get a final confirmed diagnosis soon, and then I will be able to claim PIP, Personal Independence Payment. Okay. For a second there, I was thinking it was something related to like DID or something. It's the so-called multiple personality thing, but personal independence payment. Okay. They're just talking about insurance stuff. Anyway, I thought that for some reason I'd join in on sharing our fears. I have the fear of drowning. I couldn't find a proper name for it. Lepidopterophobia, only for moths. I have incredibly bad trypophobia. Sari, do you also despise crumpets? Lol. Trypophobia? Oh, okay. I was thinking. My instincts tell me that it's supposed to have a T in it, like tryptophobia. Maybe I'm misremembering, but anyway, it's the whole one. Anyway, something relating to another fear I have is that time where I could hear scratching in my ear and had a panic attack and started crying because I thought there was a spider in there. Actually, I think that might be the fear MC mentioned, the fear of parasites. Yeah, I don't think that's typically something that spiders do. I have experienced like scratching sensations that come from the interaction of earwax production and ear hairs. Maybe that's too much information, but I'm just saying, don't jump to conclusions when you feel something like that. Yes. Anyway, something I just randomly thought of. Do any of you have food you will not eat at all? Or anything you eat in a really weird / specific way? Not particularly fussy, but I will not eat mayonnaise or Marmite, and I also have a habit of doing things like eating food in a certain order in a meal, or separate Oreos, or eating the bread, then the bacon in a bacon sandwich. My mom's a nurse, and I can confirm there is at least one person out there where a spider set up shop in their ear. Oh yeah, it's not unheard of. I am aware of such a case as well, but yeah. Anyway, I guess I'm just saying, particularly for someone who has panic attacks over such things, it's easier said than done. Try not to worry too much about that sort of thing. That is definitely a no fun situation. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think, I mean, I sort of imagine you could probably just like pour water in there and the the spider will have to come out. I mean, I sort of imagine it would probably be easy to get it out. I mean, like insects and arachnids typically float on the surface of water, so um, yeah, anyway. I mean, just out of simple self-preservation, the spider's probably going to crawl out in that case. Not that I'm an expert in these things, so I'm just imagining. Anyway, my next question is, since your sprites are obviously in an anime art style, who do you believe you'd resemble the most if you were somehow brought to our reality? Any celebrities or lesser-known people? And you wouldn't have your natural hair colors over here unless you dyed your hair. Then you probably would have that hair color. Same goes for your eyes, unless you wear contacts. I figured that you wouldn't look like your sprite, so just something I thought would be interesting to think about. Ooh, long one. Trypophobia really sucks, huh? Like you'll be having a normal day and then blah, something really horrifying that other people find normal. Crumpets aren't really a problem for me, we don't run into that here a lot. But lotus pod stuff, blah. I'm really glad you're getting help like I am. The help I get isn't always super effective, but in general I'm in a much better place because of it. Tempted to put a comma after general, but again, you know, pacings, yeah, moving on. Hopefully you feel at least a little better. There's not really a lot there's not really a lot I won't eat. I don't like pineapples on pizza, as I think I said before, but I still like both pineapples and pizza. There are a few vegetables I don't like. Oh, and soft cheeses. Oh yeah, wasn't... Sari's not going to bring back the okra thing? Was it okra? Was it the okra? The like she is the one thing she said she didn't like in the previous episode. Yeah, okra is something that I wouldn't even be aware of if not for when I was working in Walmart. People buying okra and seeing it pass by the cash register. Anyway, moving on. Oh, and soft cheeses. I can't stand the taste of tequila. I'm alright with other alcohols, which I drink exclusively in moderation and off school grounds, of course, but not tequila. I think we've talked about my food hates before, but the most popular food that I hate is tomatoes. I really hate tomatoes. Wait, really? Did you mention that before? I don't recall. I won't eat anything that has touch of tomato if I can still taste tomato on it. That's interesting. I have that relationship with lettuce, which I have trouble eating salad. I mean, it's tolerable if they're like traces of lettuce, but it's like I like it's one of those things that I notice and like it takes away from it. I don't know. Maybe it's a me thing. I don't even know. Maybe it isn't as much it isn't fully just the flavor. There's just the texture of the lettuce too. But I don't know. Moving on. They are just gross to me. Questioning that comma there. They're just gross to me. The comma feels unnecessary. Moving on. Weird. But you eat stuff like pizza that has tomato sauce on it. Yeah, I guess I don't mind too much when it's in a sugary sauce or something. But tomatoes themselves just have this taste. Blech. I'm pretty open-minded, I think. I'll try most things, although some food isn't for me. I try to steer clear of pork, even though I like other meat. It just doesn't feel great to me in the mouth. That's a way of phrasing it. I mean, sorry. I feel like there ought to be either a semicolon or a period here after meat. Sorry. Aside from the curious turn of phrase. I was looking at this for punctuation / grammar reasons. But yeah, Natsuki going for the mouthfeel. Moving on. And I really don't like durians. I had to try one once, and I just could not get past the smell. Yeah, I haven't tried durians before, so I have no idea. The only thing I know about durians is in the game Don't Starve. Durians count as one of the monster foods, which like decrease sanity or something. Durians are love them or late them. Presumably that means hate them. Anyway, moving on. I don't really like fast food very much. It's a problem sometimes. The couple want to go out for late night junk food sometimes, and I'll have to politely eat nothing. Aw. The feeling of grease in the mouth is disgusting. I don't know how you'll deal with it. That's part of the allure. Something looked funny there. The way they disappeared. Maybe I imagined it. Sorry, I'm just review via clip. I haven't really, yeah, I guess I haven't really been paying attention to the I guess I know there were issues with people like winking out of existence instead of having to fade out. I think they've been fading out recently, but that time they just winked out. I need to pay more attention. Hold on. As to your last question, I'm not sure any of us would resemble anyone from your world. You're made to be pretty unique looking. In any event, I don't know what we'd look like in your world, although maybe MC might resemble some of you. That's what he was designed for, after all. Anyway, I guess we won't find out unless we do get through to the real world someday. Alright, and that's all the emails for today. Remember, you can get your emails featured too. I'd be tempted to put a comment after remember. By emailing... Oh, we're going to the festival event? A few students walk in, looking around curiously. Okay. Oh, hello. Welcome to the Literature Club. Hi. Oh, you're Monica, right? And that's me. Cool. Decorations are pretty cool. Is this the whole Literature Club? Yep, this is us. You're a small but active group of enthusiasts. So, what do you guys do here? Oh, are those free cupcakes? Well, we do a bunch of things. We write a lot of poems, we analyze literary works. Hi, it's me? Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, it's a lucky thing that was the last email they had for the day. That's amazingly coincidental that that's when the students just happened to walk in. Normal transition, not the usual one though for DDS and modding. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I have even persuaded our president here that video games should count as having literary merit, and we have performed extensive analysis on them. Sounds fun. And yeah, the cupcakes are free. Feel free to grab one and to take one of our flyers with some of our favorite poems on them. We were going to read the poems to everyone who came in, but then we decided that would bore most people. But if you want to hear us read some, you can come to the club celebration later tonight in the Fountain Quad. Oh man, these cupcakes are good. Where'd you get them? Made them from scratch myself. Whoa, Natsuki-senpai, you bake? She does, she's really amazing, right? Natsuki-senpai sure seems like she can do anything sometimes. Oh, Masaida, I didn't know you ran this club. I don't, the students run it. Be tempted to put either a period or semicolon there. I'm just here to be their mandatory faculty member. I barely do anything. Again, period or semicolon right there. Man, I wish my club could have you as their advisor. That'd be cool. Are you gonna be the festival later, Miss Ida? Yeah, I'm gonna get into the dunk tank. Oh, is that so? No one will want to dunk you, Miss Ida. Well, maybe I'll have to mercilessly taunt everyone then. For charity, of course. Now listen here, comma spices abound? Yeah. I mean, it's true, but, anyway. Well, that went pretty well. No new members out of them still, but hey, it seems like we made a good impression. I'm getting a little nervous now. We're gonna have to read our poems soon. You'll do great, Sari. And I bet you'll be excited to hear everyone else's poems. Yeah, I love listening to you guys read your poems. I guess it's about time for me to be the president again now that we're sort of done with the club today. I don't want it to mess with your festival time, Yuri. Nonsense, it doesn't mess with anything. I really don't mind at all. You enjoy your festival and we can do the presidency stuff later. You really don't mind? I had dunks on herself enough for everyone. Haha. Facts, yeah. I sort of wonder if Monica is saying she doesn't want to mess with Yuri's festival time, but she kind of sort of wants the presidency powers back. She actually just wants the presidency powers back, but she's just saying it in a roundabout way. Not sure why she wouldn't just be direct about it, but oh well. You really don't mind? Truly. Take the time off and enjoy yourself. Well, I will graciously accept then. What about you, Miss Ida? Do you want to join us for festival stuff later? Well, I have to go do my shift at the dunk tank first, but after I get dried off, I might join you here and there. I don't want to be a burden on you all, though. Club starts to walk out of the room. You're not a burden? Well, I'm still the grown-up teacher figure. That can put a damper on things sometimes. Club members walk down the hallway. Why is it still focused on the club room? Something seems suspicious here. Oh. A few minutes have passed. Hello? Anyone still in there? Ree? Wait, did she get her own text box now? Darn, guess they left. Oh, cupcakes. What, they just left the cupcakes sitting there? Hope they didn't leave all the candles there too. I mean, that seems like fire hazard. These are probably free, right? Oh, baby Ree, yeah. Oh hey, it's MC and Sari's theme. I'm gonna go get a snack. I will be right back. That was an unintentional rhyme, but I'm not gonna complain. Oh yeah, might as well show. I got rainbow chips ahoy, because we must comply with the LGBT, Anyway, I'm gonna step away so you don't have to hear gross eating sounds. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. Everyone pregame haha funny arson jokes. Everyone when someone leaves lit candles burning in the club room, that's irresponsible. Haha, yeah. Anyway, now that I've done my compliance, for the sake of keeping that running gag going, let's move on. So MC's reciting his first Sayori poem, presumably. But whatever you choose, I'll always be there for you to lean on. I promise. That's it. Thank you. Uh-oh. Another comma splice. There is some polite applause. And thank you to the Literature Club for giving us that delightful round of poetry. There's no text. I mean, there's no name box here. Was this supposed to be like an announcer or something? Because usually the absence of a name box indicates that it's internal monologue or description. But I don't know. See, if this is intended to be some announcement that somebody's making, it seems odd to not have that. Oh well. Next up, we have the Archery Club. Well, you didn't like that one. F him. You didn't write that poem for them anyway. It says so right in the title. Your intended audience seems to appreciate it, I love you so much, MC. I love you too, bud. Sorry I'm reading this to you so late. I just thought it would be a little weird to read it last year. Probably, but I've already seen this poem, You have? Yes, Monica showed it to me when I was having a rough time that one time. That's one way of phrasing. Remember when I lobotomized everyone? It was a little rough. That was kind of rough. And I saved lobotomizing Monica for last, just to make a point and rub things in. Because I was like bitter towards her because of how she killed me and stuff. It was kind of rough. it's like anyway, funny way of framing it. Anyway, moving on. Oh, but it was really nice to hear you say the words in your voice, your really nice voice. So, are we splitting off into groups again this time around? I suppose we could, but I think MC and Sayori have had enough bonding time by now that they wouldn't mind going with the group. Perhaps. Excuse me. Yeah, can we go with him, MC? I think it'd be fun. You don't need to ask me, Bun. But yeah, let's go with everyone. That sounds great. Another comma splice. Again, semicolon or period here. Okay, yes, but we're not going anywhere until after the Archery Club does their thing. Their show is always badass. Of course, wouldn't dream of it. Oh, we had a time skip. Okay, we're just skipping the whole festival this time, I guess. Season 2 had more of an extended festival scene stuff. Oh well, anyway. And the fireworks were so cool, even cooler than last year. I wonder what they changed. Well, there are more of them for one thing. Yeah, but what about those fireworks that didn't go away? The fireworks that didn't go away? Yeah, at one point all those lights went up and they stayed up and they moved around. How do fireworks do that? Those were drones, Sayori. They equipped drones with strong, colorful lights and programmed them to fly around in a particular pattern. It's been forever since I watched a fireworks display. Honestly, I don't think I have actually sat and watched a fireworks display since I was a little kid, so probably in the neighborhood of 30 years. Is that a new regular thing they do? Like drone displays? They do include the drones in there sometimes nowadays, huh? Okay. I cannot say I was aware of that, but that's kind of neat. It sort of hints at um, how reliably the drones can be trusted to stay in a particular position if they can do that. Anyway, moving on. Oh, just me being dumb again. That's not dumb. Anyone could have thought that. Well, time for us to head to our houses. Have a good night, Yuri. And you as well. Just you and I now, I suppose. Hmm. Depending on... so not you and me? I mean, I mean, if you're saying you and I are here together, okay, fine. But otherwise, I would say it's just you and me now. I mean, if you know, if you and me feels like it would. I mean, I'll let you get away with MC using improper grammar. But I don't know about Yuri. I think she would say you and me. Oh well. Moving on. It's strange. I'm still walking, but the background doesn't shift any from your perspective. Yeah. I suppose I'll just keep walking towards my house and we'll see what happens. It's fascinating to me how the game handles these things. In any event, I'm glad to spend a little more time with you, like I mentioned back at the club. The lack of music has become ominous. You would say whatever sounds most dramatic, sure. I mean, the description of the episode did say that Yuri had something to discuss, so I wonder what she has to say. Could it relate to Natsuki, perhaps, or could it just be, setting up the general conflict for the upcoming season, or both? I is a more Yuri aesthetic word. Yeah, I mean there is that. Yeah, that was my thing behind you and I. Anyway, we talk so rarely. Ah, I see. It just transitions the scene at a certain point. Fascinating. Well, I don't know how long the game will follow me around for, but you're welcome to come in if you like. Huh. Looks like whoever's awake is in the living room. I can probably just head up to my room undisturbed. Are we gonna see Yuri's family, or come along? Is that you talking, Yuri? Yes, I just got home. Just heading up to my room. Did you eat already? I did, yes. Alright, sleep well then. I will. Don't know who that is. I don't have a voice to give. Have we? I guess we have seen Yuri's room before. It's been a while. I mean, I was kind of wondering if Yuri was pulling the camera along, but she's reacting as if she doesn't know what the camera's doing, so... I don't know. Hello again. I'm sure you're wondering about my room. I was inspired by Monica's code-enabled changes to her own home's decor, so I asked for some help on learning to do that, and here we are. Yeah, I don't remember what Yuri's room looked like, but did we see Yuri's room before? I don't know. I can't remember. You have seen it, but it was not this BG? Okay, fair enough. Fortunately, my family doesn't seem to think anything strange about it, or even different. I'd put a comma after fortunately. It's a bit more spacious than it was before, though my wall decor is still somewhat sparse. And right now, my books are piled up just behind you. I need to get a large enough bookshelf. I put a comma after now. Yeah, I can't remember if I mentioned it before, but when I was making Storm and trying to pick out a background for Yuri's bedroom, like I use, as you know, Dev, I use the one that you used for Monica's bedroom. It's the one that's in the community assets drive. Lots of people have used it. It was using exit music for
random example among others. Um, I but yeah, it's kind of funny because I looked at a whole bunch of I looked at a whole bunch of backgrounds. Like there were a lot that I considered before. I eventually I just ended up coming back to that one. I liked it because it has a very prominent bookcase and it doesn't have a TV in it. Like a lot of the bedroom backgrounds that I saw, like they had TVs in them, or they had like busy stuff going on in the walls, which didn't feel like they suited Yuri. Um, I mean, I don't know. I kind of wanted to lean into the whole her whole like bookishness, not put a TV in there. Here she's got both a TV and your computer, like an Apple computer monitor there. Um, we're just apparently assuming that the bookcase is behind us here, but it's behind the camera, very conveniently. I think it was also Monica's in Within. Oh yeah. How is Within, by the way? I haven't played it. I've seen it bandied about, like people talking about it a lot. Apparently has some gorgeous artwork in it. I gather it's a Monica focused mod, which uh, uh, um, yeah, features romance between Monica and MC. I gather, and apparently it has it's kind of sad. I guess I'm not sure. I've heard it called Brexit music. Huh. So I wasn't too big a fan. Oh yeah. Apparently, it was definitely written with lots of British English usages. Yeah, it's cool. I have my own share of British English. Well, I mean, putting you in color and so on. I mean, although that is typically considered Canadian as well. Although a lot of Canadians seem to sort of assimilate into Americans' ways of doing things in a lot of cases, um, just because of our proximity to that country. But anyway, um, yeah, I had occasion to look up artwork for Within because I'm trying to nail down artists for CGs and some other assets for Turquoise, um, and I've seen so many of so much art for Doki Doki Within floating around. I decided to download that mod just so I could unpack the files and see what's in there, see who's which artists contributed to it, and get ideas who to contact. And I discovered there are a lot of CGs of Monica kissing the protagonist in that mod. So it kind of gives an idea of what that mod's about. Many good artist recommendations if you need them. Cool, cool. Yeah, by all means, share me. You just DM them to me or something. What's your favorite Within CG? Haven't played it. I'm a little curious, BG Sweet, if you don't mind sharing. Like you say, you weren't too big a fan. Like, why is that? I'm curious about what you didn't like about it. Yeah, I haven't played. I know nothing at all about it, aside from it features Monica and it has feelings involved in it or something. Anyway, moving right along here. Right now, my books are piled up just behind you. I need to get a large enough bookshelf. But it's a start, especially since I only started working on it just this past summer. I would have asked Monica for more help, but she's busy. She's been busy. Some coding project of her own. Yes.
the thing she alluded to at the end of season 2, presumably about trying to break the time loop. I mean, like from what we've established about how the simulation works, how the game world works, I sort of have to imagine that breaking the time loop would have to be like really involved. Like you'd like presumably, you know, from a world building standpoint, the time loop would exist in the first place, uh, because the game was never intended to go beyond high school, and therefore all the talk of college is moot, because the college doesn't actually exist. So therefore, breaking the time loop would probably require Monica to write a college in there, and all the programming and everything that involved with that. Like she would probably have to, create college from scratch. Um, which potentially has the plus side of, well, hey, I mean, if I mean, in addition to being able to choose how everything's laid out, I mean, there being only one college means that everyone goes to the same college, and therefore they can all stick together. Maybe keep the literature club running in their new location. It's been a bit. I don't remember my thoughts that well. I'll look at what I wrote at the time. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, spoiler free, if you please. But yeah. Shoot, what was I saying? What was I saying? I was going to comment on the fact that it's kind of funny that I started with that one background, rejected it, looked at 100 other classroom backgrounds, rejected them all, and then came back to the one that I started with. And then got Nuxel to draw a knife rack for me for Yuri's knife collection. Anyway, moving right along. Some coding project of her own. Goodness knows what she's trying to do now. But I'm sure it's something good. Anyway, I'm sure I'm boring you. No, you're not. It's world building, world establishing stuff. Would you like to have a talk? We could chat about how things have been, if you want. Perhaps you'd like to catch up. I mean, sure. Who's gonna say no thanks at this point? Yeah. Ah, wonderful. Let me just change first. This is, okay. Just, okay. Sure. Does she have any control over where the camera goes? Like, can she make it? Can she force it to fade to black, for instance? Or is she just gonna change in front of us here? I'm presuming the dev isn't going to code in something that's NSFW here. Not in this, wholesome Christian mod or whatever. Okay, was that Monica specifically was out of character when she was the main character? Her story is also just really disjointed feeling? Also, there were so many focus and set order and mouth issues? Oh dear. Did not use MPT. Yeah. Wholesome. Wholesome indeed. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, the focus setters at MPT, I mean, those are some aesthetic things. Yeah. I mean, characters acting out of character in mods, you kind of have to take them in stride, because different people have different ideas of canon, different ideas of what characters are, what they're like. As long as they're consistent within the mod, I'm okay with it. with character differences. Anyway, moving on. Let me just change first. Yukatas are nice, but it's getting a little cold for them. I need my sweater. Hang on a moment. Hide, Yuri. Well played. Give me just a moment here. Ah, there we are. Much more cozy. Show Yuri. Character visible. Ah, that's much better. Now then, I have some things I wanted to ask of you, but I'm sure you also have things you want to ask of me, so why don't we start with those? What do you wish to discuss? Oh, okay, interesting. It's almost off the top of the screen there. Have you been? The festival, Miss Ida, Sarah MC, the summer break, Natsuki relationship, Monika's project, other people, nothing else. Okay, so I mean, I'm sort of assuming we can go through these. I mean, we can just go straight for the jugular and ask about Natsuki. If you don't have a favorite within CG, then just describe one, any of them. Ha ha ha, yeah. I mean, from what I saw, they're basically all of CGs. I mean, they're not all CGs of Monica kissing the MC. It's there's also one looks like Sayori's comforting Monica, which is kind of neat, and there's one kind of lewd-looking one. No, can you do all of these? You can do them more than once? Oh, it's one of those. Okay. The one I remember as existing, which you posted. What? I will call it Gendo Monica. Kind of looking, yeah. Okay, I mean, let's go for the jugular here. Oh, is that all? Look, I'm very fond of Natsuki. Hopefully I make that very clear. She is strong, much stronger than she realizes, and she has a good sense of justice, of fairness, and she is brash but kind. She's rather a unique person, don't you think? But beyond that, well, anything beyond what I have already said would have to be between me and her. Yeah, fair. Like I said before, I kind of wondered if during the party scene where Yuri and Fuyuki were together and there was a time skip, I kind of wondered if Natsuki came up in that conversation. I mean, it would make total sense for it to come up. How much detail Yuri might have gone into about her impression or feelings about Natsuki is up to interpretation. But but yeah, okay, wanting to keep it between them, I guess. For now, anyway. If I require your assistance navigating the complex maze that is Natsuki, I will surely ask. That's an interesting way of framing it. Although I think perhaps I know her a little better than you do. But we will see. In any event, let's talk about something else. Okay. How have you been? Oh, I've been well. I don't think I've gotten much more out of my shell, so to speak, which is what everyone seems to be concerned with when they ask about my personal development. But you were asking about how I was doing, not whether I had achieved any personal growth. I've been spending time by myself, for the most part, doing the things I usually do, although I'm reading online a lot now, more than I used to, mostly because I've become more interested in reading poetry recently, and books of poetry are not always easy to find. I've also been spending more time recently with my friends from the Literature Club, outside the Literature Club, that is. Yeah, I haven't commented on it so far, but one thing I've noticed in vanilla DDLC, when they refer to the Literature Club with definite article the, they capitalize literature and club. But in other cases where they say, oh, it's a literature club or in literature club, they use lowercase. I don't think it really matters. Just something I've observed, and I worked to emulate in my own writing. I've been on the internet lately, looking more into this demisexual thing. I have bought 3 flags already. Yeah, but when are they going to be added to this background? Anyway. Sorry. my friends from the literature club, outside the literature club, that is. The other day, I played laser tag for the first time. Can you believe it? Me playing laser tag. Oh, another comma splice. Yeah, I'd put a period there. It was actually quite thrilling. You get to stalk amidst darkness and mist, waiting for the perfect moment to strike your prey, although the other participants might not have described it that way. Anyway, I don't want to ramble on forever. Hey, there's a semicolon. Surely there are other things you want to talk about? Let's just go through these in order, I guess. Let's talk about the festival. Oh, the festival went very well. We had a lot of fun. I even threw balls at the dunk tank. It didn't feel so bad with Miss Ida. She's so close to us now. But other than that, we walked around, ate some food, played some games. Yeah. Of all people, it was Natsuki who needed a break first. I put a comma after people. Despite being a very active person, she doesn't like to walk or run around for long stretches. Or rather, she likes to, but she tires easily when she does so. Although she does just fine with exercise that isn't walking or running. I wonder why. Is that implying something? Anyway, the festival was very fun. Thank you for asking. Hold on a second. Is that implying something? I mean, there was that rather curious nighttime forest meeting that we don't know the details of and don't know who Natsuki was meeting with that occurred while Yuri was mysteriously out of her home. Maybe they were doing sit-ups, or something. I mean, she's talking about exercise. It's because she has short legs. Fair enough. Exercise other than walking or running. Hey Siri, how many calories does sex burn? Haha, yeah. Wholesome Christian sit-ups, exactly. Anyway, the festival was very fun. Thank you for asking. It was also Monica's late birthday celebration. We gave her a bunch of gifts before you showed up. She didn't have time to celebrate her actual birthday. I think her favorite thing about today was having so many people come and visit, though. I was glad, too, that we had so many visitors early in the day. Even if they don't join, hopefully they come away with an enhanced appreciation of literature. Or hopefully they at least like Natsuki's cupcakes. So, what next? Hey, first time chatter. Sega Retro 92. Okay, sorry, I was from a different name. Late, but I liked how the music was all Daft Punk within. Okay. Cool. Yeah, again, haven't played it. I have no idea about the music selections, but that sounds interesting. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Playing Doki Doki Club meetings. Just starting up season 3. Gonna see how this goes. I sort of I made the comment about what's going to happen. Is this going to set up the conflict for this season? I mean, the way they keep talking about whether or not people are going to join, I kind of wonder if maybe somebody will join in episode 2, and there's gonna be some conflict surrounding that. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, moving right along. Sorry, So we talked. Oh yeah, okay, that was the festival one. Yeah, okay. So let's ask about Miss Ida. She seems fine. A little weary now and then, but fine. I think she works too hard. She puts a lot of effort into her lesson plans, but also she seems lonely somehow. Oh yeah, we're coming back to hinting at that aspect of it. I mean, after she's going on about her failed dating life. Is this going to be a running theme? I think maybe that's part of why she likes to spend time with the club. She moved here for this job. Her family is far away. and I don't think she has many friends here. I know she's been going out on dates from time to time, but that doesn't seem to be going well. I would try to help her find out more, but I don't want to pry. She's our teacher, after all. I do think we made the right choice in showing her the truth, though. That she has dealt with pretty well, I think. The way she sees it, it doesn't change much about what's important in the world, which is a healthy way of looking at it. But anyway, I said I didn't want to pry too much. Even talking about someone's dating life feels like a terrible intrusion. Shall we discuss something else? Sayuri and MC? Oh, the happy couple is as happy as ever. It's surprising how little their dynamic has changed so far, but I guess they were so close for so long that their dynamic was already well established. Although, I seem to recall Sayuri telling us that just before the original festival, they had drifted apart slightly. Hmm? Um, just before the original. I suppose that's talking about the build up to the original game, not the build up to the festival itself. That's what I'm guessing she means by that. I mean, it is uh, basically stated in the original game that like they stopped walking to school together leading up to the events of the first game of the original game. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. They'd still see each other plenty, they just weren't constant companions like they used to be. That only changed when the incident happened. What incident? Referring to the events of the original game. I wonder why they had drifted apart. Sayuri's depression, perhaps, and MC's retreat into being more isolated. I mean, that's pretty much what's implied. But then Sayuri was always stronger about her depression than you saw in her original game. But maybe you saw some of that with the side stories if you've seen DDLC Plus. Oh hey, we're acknowledging DDLC Plus now, are we? When were the Okay. 'Cause I believe season 2 that was early 2021. So this would have to be like when did DDLC Plus come out? Wasn't that August of 2021? So is this into like September 2021 at this point? Hmm. Also, if this is post DDLC Plus coming out, this also puts all of these future episodes post the whole Carl debacle as well. Season 3 started releasing in late fall, early winter 2021, yeah, and finished in summer 2022. Huh, cool, okay. Huh. Anyway, moving right along. She could be very strong, very forthright about her depression, just never with MC. Maybe she was afraid it would ruin things, but at least now they're close, very close. Hmm. One charming thing is that it's very clear that they're physically intimate from the way they act, but they think it's a big secret. How charming. Yeah. I would be tempted to put a comma after now, but at least now they're close, very close. Yeah, I think that reads better with a comma there. Anyway. I'm pretty sure everyone knows, though. Well, everyone except Natsuki. Hmm? Wait, why specifically Natsuki? Why specifically Natsuki? She keeps teasing him about PDA, but I think she'd be shocked and turn completely red if she knew how far they'd gone. But I'm sure she'd be happy for them. Anyway, perhaps there were other things you wanted to talk about. Summer break. It was surprisingly active, at least by my standards. I spent far more of it than I usually would with members of the club. My family even dragged me on a short trip to Korea. Oh, interesting. It made me think of your world somewhat. From what I can tell, your pandemic problem is still going, sadly. For which I'm very sorry. Oh, okay. That hasn't crept into the simulation, I suppose. Maybe that's Monica's project. She's gonna code in a pandemic. let's give every let's start a lockdown just to simulate things and the way they are in the real world. I just want things to be more like the real world. Exactly. Yeah, and this being late 2021, things would have been opening up ish around that time. Anyway, but still, it seems like international travel is at least somewhat possible. I'm grateful that we can do it in here with no issues. Hopefully, your world will soon be able to do the same again. Yeah, I'd put a comment after hopefully. Yeah, when I say phrases like I would put it there, I'm saying it's technically optional, but I think helps readability. Or either helps readability or it's just I'm feeling a comma there. Anyway, moving on. But such was my summer. Still plenty of quiet reading by myself, thankfully, but tempered with considerably more social interaction than I would usually find comfortable. But it's worth it for my friends. Yaw. Not really a spoiler. The conversation topics don't get eliminated after you've chosen them for some reason. Um, for some reason. Are you hinting at something there, Dev? Okay. Anyway, what else? I mean, the same options. Have you been Festival, Messiah, Serenity, Summer Breaks, Natsuki Relationship, Monica's Project? Yes, Monica's been working all summer on some coding project or other. I don't know what it is yet. I'm sure she'll tell us when she's ready. If she ever finishes it, of course. She starts many coding projects that she never finishes. Plus, she's always helping anytime one of us needs to code something, like me with my room renovations. Try picking something you've already talked about? Oh, okay. Well, obviously, I'm gonna with that instruction, I should pick the Natsuki option again. Or Sayori when she wrote that complicated mod about Natsuki. Or or when she wrote the when she wrote that lobotomy program that Sayori put to use. um, I don't know. I mean, after the whole lobotomy scare, I think it would be reasonable to have for them to have a rule in place that hey, if you're gonna do some coding stuff that involves our simulation, maybe it's good to discuss it with the club. Let everyone know what you're doing. I mean, I know that they talk about like the mod within the mods is like some kind of separate instance of coding or something, and um, maybe that's what Monica's doing, but if she's explicitly doing something that she intends to apply to their world, their simulation, then sort of feels like it would be worth discussing. Oh well. Yuri, what did I just say? Keep up. Yeah. Sorry, when she wrote that complicated mod about Natsuki, Monica is a very helpful person. She's a natural teacher. She just doesn't think of herself that way. One thing I've come to learn about Monica is that she doesn't think about herself very much. I don't mean that she's unselfish, although she usually is, or that she's self-neglectful. I mean that the things she often thinks about, the way she views things, are external. She worries about the way the world is, the way others are. And even when it's a concern that affects her, she's likely to think more of the motivations and thought process of the other person, rather than the effect on her. Is that so? Is that so? Yeah, anyway. I'm not sure if I'm making any sense, but for me, I'm accustomed to see everything through the lens of self. I'm accustomed to see everything through the lens of self. Accustomed to seeing everything through the lens of self, perhaps? I mean, I think the word seeing would be more grammatically correct there. Yeah, I'm just trying to parse this out in different ways, and I think seeing would works better there. I can barely think about anything at all without putting myself, mentally, into whatever I'm thinking about, while Monica seems to barely consider herself at all, other than as one of many objects in the world. I mean, I don't know, I'm just trying to think. Like, she did have that introspective bit about, her thoughts and feelings about the player and so on. I don't know. I mean, this I mean, I know this um, not wanting to consider herself, like, it fits in with her, like, stuff like her Act 3 dialogue about, wanting to save the world and stuff, and that's why she's vegetarian, wanting to cut down on, uh, climate-related gases and so on, and wanting to be altruistic, and there's the whole kidney donating thing. uh, but this at the same time, I mean, I don't know. I like my when I first thought of Monica, I thought about Monica's like, is it true she doesn't think about herself? I mean, like the original game was all about her, trying to get the player all to herself at the expense of like everyone and everything else. Um, I mean, you could argue that's a result of desperation coupled with like the fact that the game, whenever the game is turned off, is torment for her and so on and so forth. Um, and the whole she talked herself into believing that the others weren't real anyway and didn't matter. I don't know. I just sort of think of her character like she does a lot of self-motivated things. But maybe in the context of the mod, I have to think. I don't know. I'm just gonna move on. Of course, she can still be selfish or have an ego like the rest of us. This is just an observation about her thought process. Maybe the difference is more stark to me since I'm probably the most internally focused person in our little group of friends. Even now, I'm thinking about Monica through the lens of myself. I put a comma after now. Yuri's point is more about how Monica perceives the world rather than whether she acts in self-interest. Okay, yeah, fair enough. But that's enough rambling from me for now, no doubt. I'm sure you had other things you wanted to talk about. She keeps saying that at the end of each of these things. Anyway, other people. Oh, someone else you want to talk about? Who exactly? Is a prompt I can actually type? Okay, let's ask about Ree. Like, how can I not? Oh, Ree. I don't know her that well. She and I have talked a few times, but nothing detailed. We're both a little too introverted. I think she knows Sayori best of everyone here. That is often the case for any given student at our school. By association, she knows MC as well, and I know she and Natsuki are acquaintances as well. I'm not sure if she knows Monica or Miss Ida, though. I think I recall Miss Ida mentioning her at some point. I can't remember. But yes, unfortunately, I have little to report. She's very shy, but a very kind and polite girl. How did Yuri program this? It was really hard? Ha ha ha, yeah. I thought that the game automatically puts those things up. Anyway. Such is my knowledge of her. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about? Hey, if I could get I mean, we talked about Sari and MC, Monica, Natsuki, and Miss Ida, so that's covers everyone except for Kenzo, I suppose. Oh? Someone else you wanted to talk about? Kenzo and I don't exactly move in the same circles in the school. I wouldn't know much about how he has been. Natsuki would probably be a better person to ask. Or maybe MC, perhaps. I know they've talked a few times. It's a lot easier when you're both boys in gym or what have you, I imagine. But that is just supposition. As far as I can tell, Kenzo is doing fine. Still working on that car. But for more, comma. Yeah, definitely comma after that more. But for more, you would have to ask someone more knowledgeable. Something else you wanted to talk about, maybe? Um, are there other people I could talk about? Has there been any progress on the car? Incremental? Ha ha ha. I mean, there was a prompt for Sayori and MC, but what about Sayori by herself? Uh, I don't know who you're trying to describe. Wait, really? Make sure you check your spelling. Oh, come on. After all, due to this flawed interface we have, even a slight spelling error will cause me to be totally incapable of comprehending your input. Even if the same spelling error perfectly replicated in my world would usually not keep me from understanding who you mean. And also, if you're talking about a club member or Messiah, that will also come out as garbled nothingness to me. Oh, okay. Have they done the baby yet? He did, yes. Referring to Ri, I presume? Yeah, sorry, let's scroll past it. Oh, Ri. Nice, no, not that baby. He has not tried to talk to Yuri repeatedly about the same topic yet. Oh, I don't know which baby you mean then. Shobu? Um, you don't know about Shobu yet? I don't, yeah, I was thinking, like, what about, like, Natsuki's friends? Like, what were their names? There's Hiriko and, I'm drawing a blank on the other names. Anyway. Apparently, it only makes sense if you enter a non-club member's name. One that I recognize at all. Anyway. What, you want me to type in Shobu? I'm not really comfortable talking about our family members. Oh. Okay. Other than Fuyuku, who you've met already. It somehow feels like a strange breach to discuss people who are usually off camera, but I do hope you get to meet them someday. Or at least some of them. Anyway, let's change the topic. Has the name Shobu come up before? Yuri, how did you learn that name? Apostrophe? I assume it's supposed to be apostrophe. Hmm? Oh, hey, there's a period inside the quotes there. What was that about an apostrophe? Was there an errant apostrophe here somewhere? We don't know Buchobi yet. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know who that's referring to. It sounds like she's talking about. She says our family members. So is that one of Yuri's family members, or I don't know. Unless I've never seen that before. The name Shibu has not come up unless you were data mining. Yeah. Members mentions Fuyuki Natsuki is her family now. Uwu. Yeah. Members should be. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah. Really only makes sense if you enter a non-club member's name. Yeah. That does need an apostrophe. Yes. Good catch. I'm not doing my job well. I missed that. I am a failure at proofreading. But yeah, definitely we wanted to ask about Fuyuki. Ah, Fuyuki. She's well, so far as I can tell. I haven't seen her since her birthday party. I was really glad to meet her. I'd heard so much about her and how wonderful she is, and I was pleased to find that she was just as wonderful as described. I can understand why Natsuki looks up to her so much. It's neat. Glad that Monica was able to solve her problem from last year. That was an awful time. But all is well now. She's at college and apparently happier than she's ever been. Or so Natsuki tells me. Other than that, I unfortunately don't have very detailed news for you. So what else? Doki Doki proofreadings, yeah. I need to use the washroom. I'll be right back. I know I'm probably close to the end, but yeah, I'll be right back. And I'm back again. Doki Doki proofreadings indeed. Ask Yuri about Sayashi, and if she doesn't say anything, then delete the mod. Oh no. Sayashi. What was that name used again? I mean, I can. I've already forgotten. What was that name used before? Don't know who you're trying to describe. Should we check your spelling? Okay. Bad mod dev, please fix. The former chemistry teacher that Ida dissolved and then displayed in her classroom. Oh, right, the Sashi the Skeleton. Right. To cover up her crime. Well, I mean, it was established that's the real Kiba the Skeleton and not like a plastic model or anything. But really, how else would Miss Ida get that job? It is an explanation of why there's a skeleton in the chemistry classroom. How about Miss Hirayama? Oh, okay. I'm just trying to think about all the names of any characters that we've heard. Wasn't it was it Hiroko? One of Natsuki's friends? That's one of Natsuki's friends, isn't it? I vaguely heard all their names at some point, but I'm not sure which is which. There's the mean one, the loud one, and the quiet one. That's basically how I know them, since I've never directly met them. One of them has attempted to be cruel to me in the past. Aw. The mean one I spoke of, to be precise. But it didn't really bother me. Plus, she hasn't done anything like that in a long time. I wonder if I have Natsuki to thank for that. She's definitely the better person to ask about that group. They make me uncomfortable. Can we talk about something else? Oh, okay, fine. Hirayama not... Hmm? Oh, here... Oh, okay. Miss Hirayama? Yeah, okay, I see. Oh, Miss Hirayama. I haven't had any of her classes in, about 2 of our fake school years now, but I love her. She is wonderful. Although sometimes she can struggle to understand things that aren't mathematics. I would put a comma after sometimes. Yeah, incidentally, when I make punctuation comments, they aren't necessarily directives of you must do this. They're just you can consider them suggestions to take into consideration or not. Your choice, Dev. Just putting that out there. If I'm taking this as such, cool. Yeah. Especially things relating to people. But we understand each other pretty well, she and I. If she were capable of such a thing as having a favorite student, I think it would be me. And I try to help her navigate social spaces when I see that she needs the help. Aw, that's sweet. Although perhaps that's a bit like the blind leading the blind. Well, yeah. One thing I've always wanted to ask her is why she picked being a teacher when so heavy with personal interactions. She's brilliant. I'm sure she could easily be a theoretical mathematician and just do research. Here's another comma splice. That could be a semicolon or period right there. But doubtless, there's an interesting story behind why she does this instead. I'd put a comma after doubtless. Maybe I'll find out someday. Anyway, I see her around from time to time. She seems to be as well as she's ever been, at least to me. So, what next? Martha! Aw, darn it. She's not going to say, why did you say that name? Missed opportunity. I mean, I guess it would be more Natsuki's thing to jump on that meme.
Okay, fine. I'm presuming that, like, the dialogue for the Natsuki's other two named friends would be the same. Um, hmm. Like, I'm trying to rack my brains about other. I mean, did we ever learn MC's sister's name? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, it recognized MC's sister. Maybe if Natsuki doing is exactly, yeah, correct, it doesn't change. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I mean, mm, what about student one, who? No. Okay, fine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Are there other names that I should? MC's sister's name DJ. Mr. Williams, Ken's. Oh yeah, his former English teacher. Yeah. Like Mr. Williams, the English teacher at our school. I think that's who you mean. I don't know much about him. Really, it seems I don't know much about anyone other than my immediate friend group due to extreme introversion. He's an English teacher from America. He speaks perfect Japanese, though. Very impressive for a foreigner. If someone was going to be the literature club advisor other than Miss Ida, he'd be a logical choice. He's well known for being enthusiastic about stories and literature. Although who knows how well he'd cope with knowing that reality is an illusion. Hopefully, loving fiction makes one a bit more open to that idea. Yeah, I put a comma after hopefully. I've never taken one of his classes, though, so I can't really tell you much about him beyond that. Shall we alight to another topic? The principal, also Mr. Tsuji, the other chem teacher? I know there's a teacher here by that name. I think he's the other chemistry teacher besides Miss Ida. Unfortunately, I know nothing at all about him. Well, almost nothing. I do know that if you're going to be taking a chemistry course, supposedly it's infinitely preferable to have Miss Ida as the teacher. I cannot confirm that since I've only ever had Miss Ida's class, but I find that easy to believe, given my experience with her. Yeah, fair. Anyway, I know nothing else about him. Hopefully that was enough for your purposes. Again, I put a comma after hopefully. There's the principal, ending with PAL because he's your pal. I'm not sure what you mean, but I think you mean the principal of our school. I've barely ever encountered him. He seems nice enough. The teacher seems to like him, and that says much. That's basically all I know about him. I don't think he and I have ever said a single word to each other, or even passed closer than 5 feet more than once. The very fact that you're interested in him is itself interesting, though. He's a very obscure personage to be asking about. You take a very admirably detailed interest in our world, I must say. But I'm very glad that you do. Let us move to a new topic. Shall we alight? God, you're such a nerd. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Wallace? You does not know Ryan? You can try anyway. Okay, fine. Is he even? Okay. Well, please dead name MC's sister. Guess asking about the principal is like the equivalent of Yuri asking about my boss. Oh, interesting that.
It moved the text over. Uh, anyway, yeah, didn't think it was gonna have anything to say about that. Is there anyone else I should ask about? I suppose I already asked how she is. Exhausted the cast? Okay, fair enough. Okay, let's ask about Noski again then, I guess. Um, didn't you ask me about that already? I mean, I'm happy to talk about it again if you really want. After all, I have perfect verbatim access to what I said. If you really want to hear it again, that is. Um, no, fine, I'll say no. Well then, you really, really like to hear things more than once, perhaps, or maybe you're just trying to hear everything that I say if you keep asking me to repeat things, which I understand. Surprisingly, I'm not annoyed. But for now, I'll just talk to you about this again. Oh, is that all? Like, I'm very fond of Natsuki. Okay, it has the skip option here, so presumably it's the same. I'm running out of constructive commentary on your decision to have me repeat myself, repeatedly. I'm not really sure what you mean by it, but I'm glad we're chatting at least. Maybe I'll just start talking to you about whatever's on my mind instead of these constraining menu options. I wish we could have an even more free-flowing conversation than that, but, you know. Yeah. Incidentally, one of the Easter eggs that very few, if any, people have found, like certainly none in any of the LPs I've seen of Sarah Says No to Suicide, is if you pick the wrong option for the very first question, there's a lot of extra dialogue in there. That, yeah, most, like, people, everyone picks the joke options, but no one tries to deliberately get the first question wrong. Monica eventually gets annoyed with you, uh, and forces you into the correct option by filling the entire screen with the correct option. It's yeah. Nobody's found. Nobody that I've seen has found that gag, but it's in there. Anyway, maybe we could have an even more free-flowing conversation, but you know, such is the nature of the construct in which we find ourselves. For now, though, let me repeat what I said earlier. And then it's the same thing again. I wonder what that giant ray I saw at the aquarium is doing now. Do you remember that? Anyway. I'm trying to think of what kind of mod I'm going... This one says skip, but it seems to be new. I'm trying to think of what kind of mod I'm going to make this time around. So many good choices. So many choices. But getting back to what you asked about. Yeah. Hey, first time chatter. Yo, Bytalk0409. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? How did you find your way here? I'm curious. You don't have to answer that. I'm just curious. Broke, it do be like that sometimes. Woke, such is the nature of the construct in which we find ourselves. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Playing the club meetings mod for Doki Doki Literature Club. Good stuff. Good mod. Give you a follow, lol. Hey, thanks. Thank you very much. Appreciate the follow. Anyway, yeah. Is there anything else? It seems like such a long time ago that you joined us. Does it feel that way for you in your reality too? Anyway. Did you know Natsuki has a hair clip made out of silver? She almost never wears it. But anyway. How many more of these little Easter egg options are there? Really have Monica After Story running and she's watching the stream with me? Haha, sweet. It's awesome. Here's a list of a few dozen little blurbs she'll say at random at this point? Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of wondered why the skip option appears even though it's a new bit of dialogue. You know, global warming is a problem here too, although I wonder if it really happens with the time loop. But back to the topic. Yeah, that does raise some questions. You know, the whole time loop thing. How does that affect other things? I mean, a time loop apparently didn't affect Fuyuki's cancer, you know, but that doesn't necessarily mean that like everything resets. So maybe the global warming continues apace. I don't know. Monica sent me an email. Someone wrote asking if I was a race car driver. We were completely confused by it. But anyway. it's, it's random. Sometimes I wish cell phones didn't exist. How peaceful it must have been before them. Anyway. Natsuki and MC sure are into video games. I like them all right, I suppose, but I don't understand that strong appeal. Anyway. Yeah. I'm just gonna keep trying these until I don't see any more new dialogue. Sorry if that's boring. You said there's a few dozen of these? Sometimes I wish so. Okay, it's the same one. Oh, so it doesn't eliminate them from the list as she picks them then. Darn. Immersion ruined. Just had to walk to pick up the landline and also the internet stopped working. Ha ha ha. I mean, true. I mean, during that brief interval in history when dial-up internet was popular at the same time cell phones were not popular and everyone used landlines. You're 24 to get all of them. You'd have to grind pretty severely. Yeah, that's what I figured. It's not like Sayori says no to suicide. When I designed the quiz, I deliberately made it so that options get eliminated as they get chosen. So, like even as much as they're randomized, it picks from the list of bad or wrong choices to populate the list. Um, like it picks from it randomly and arranges them randomly. Once one gets picked, it doesn't get picked again. And also the slapper, puncher, drop kicker options are always they don't appear. They appear in that order. Like the later violent options don't appear until you've chosen the earlier ones. It was a kind of a neat technical challenge to program that all in there. I'm quite pleased with how it worked out. Oh, Monka fell asleep. She is heavy. All right, really getting into the role play there. You'll fit right in with some of the emailers here. Like one of the things with the club meetings mod is you can send emails in, and Monica or other characters will answer them in character. And some people really role play like talking to Monica. Some people worryingly might not realize it's a role play, but you know, that's part of the charm of this mod, I guess. But yeah, it's I should know what the email address is by now because I've read it out so many times. What was it? Something lit.club.pres.monica@gmail.com, something like that. Anyway, moving on. So skip that. Surprisingly, I'm not really that tired of talking to you yet. It's interesting to interact with you, you know. But anyway. Did you know my favorite name for a group of animals is a congregation of crocodiles? But back to what I was supposed to say. lit.club.mail.monica.gmail.com. Yeah. Sorry, is it .g.pres? .club.pres.monica@gmail.com? Something, yeah. Anyway. A congregation of crocodiles. I can't say I knew that. Not usually much for soda, but I was completely exhausted the other day and had a Coke, and it was amazing. Random thought. Anyway. I'm enrolled in a Japanese class this time around. I fear it's going to be terribly dull, though that's not what you asked about. Yeah, I'm not going to completely exhaust these, I'm just curious. You think time will ever truly move forward for us? I can't decide if that would be good or bad. But back to what you asked about. You put a conjunction at the beginning of a sentence. I mean, it's traditionally that's said. Oh no, that's wrong. But people do it all the time, and I think it works well enough in this case. Yuri did a drug. Go Yuri do a drug. What? Sorry, what's this? Yuri did a drug? What? Oh, you mean coke? Okay, yeah. I get it. Strange thought. But even though I have perfect eyesight, sometimes I feel I was meant to wear glasses. Odd. Anyway. There's the cell phone one again. You know, I'm glad we convinced Monica to get rid of her suicide program a while back. That made me uneasy. Anyway. Yeah. With all the shipping you and the others do, I find it that I only really ship Sarah with an MC. But anyway. Yeah, giant raid at the aquarium. She's talking about doing coke. This random number generator has a favorite. It keeps picking the cell phone one. The city we live in is surrounded by water on 3 sides. Maybe that's why I love the sea so much. But getting back to the topic you asked about. Okay, I'll get done with this soon. Yeah, I think I'm more or less. I've been having trouble finding a good stationery store around here, one that sells quality paper. But back to the main topic. Yeah, I think might have. Oh, wait, here's a new one. There's a place that actually makes crepes right by our school, but it doesn't open until 10. They probably lose a lot of business that way. Anyway. We'll go to sleep now. Bye bye. Yeah, have a good night, Shaka Marine. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I should probably wrap. I mean, probably isn't. It probably isn't much this year. Cell phones. It's picking that cell phone one a lot. It's picking that cell phone a lot. Okay, I should probably just. Oh no, that's the same one before. That's the email erase car one. I've been reading up about the Titans. They're pre-Olympian godlike beings of ancient Greek mythology. They're an interesting bunch. But anyway, okay, I think that's enough. I suppose I can just save it. Nothing else. Well then, if that's all you had for me, there were a few things I wanted to ask you about. Sorry if they're a bit personal. Hopefully you can answer them. The first one is this. Have you ever been in love? Yes, no, I'm not sure. Prefer not to say. I'll go with yes. That's wonderful. I wish I could ask you to describe it. I am curious about sensations you have out there. I have no way of knowing if any sensation that we have in here is real or not. I mean, obviously it's real to us, but I don't know if it's analogous to what you have there. Not that I should really be comparing them, but still, it'd be nice to know. My next question applies to all of us in here, but especially Monica. Do you think it's healthy for us to hold any hope at all of a meaningful connection to the outside world? I mean, yeah, applies to all of us, but especially Monica. I mean, again, we're setting up the future conflicts here. Okay, so is it healthy for them to hold a hope of a meaningful connection to the outside world? So there's yes, unquestionably, or only with realistic expectations of what that means. Not really, but it's mostly harmless. No, it's bad for you all to obsess, or not giving my opinion. I mean, okay, I think it's irresponsible to say yes unquestionably. I don't think that obsession is healthy for Monica from what she's demonstrated thus far in this mod. uh, apologies to mass players in the audience. Uh, Only with realistic expectations, but what that means, I mean, that's a better choice than yes, unquestionably. Not really, but it's mostly harmless. I don't know. Is it mostly harmless? I mean, it's what prompted Monica to delete everyone and then delete the whole game in the original game, right? So if from their standpoint, probably not harmless. Besides, only the Earth is mostly harmless. Her. Um, Hitchhiker's Guide reference. No, it's bad for you all to obsess. I mean, I don't know if there needs to be that hard a line on it. It's wrong about the release date. It's released in February of 2022. Okay. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I sort of imagine there has to have been some kind of gap or something, considering we're into like late 2023 and the season 3 collection hasn't been released yet. um, so there would have had to have been either a gap or a long stretch of time where, I don't know, work was going slowly or something. Which, relatable either way. I mean, like, Haste, like Storm took 2.5 years to make, and that's not because I was like working on it constantly every day, and it just took that time. There's just you know, lots of interruptions and slowdowns and writer's block and difficulty arranging artists or assets or whatever. Plus the whole plague thing. I mean, yeah, I released Storm late 2020, and I'm looking back in a lot of ways. I'm sort of amazed that I was able to do that because like the pandemic really took a toll on my ability to focus on getting things done. Similarly, Turquoise is taking a long time. That one's been a couple of years coming too. I really would like to. I've been saying, oh, I'll probably release it later this year. I'm not 100% confident about that now. I haven't started the actual coding part of it yet. I've been mostly focusing on writing and editing. I think I want to do another editing pass before I start coding. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, these things take time. Bad for you to obsess. Realistic expectations. Mostly harmless. I mean, she's asking the question, do you think it's healthy? Not really, but it's mostly harmless. Mostly. Yeah, bad to obsess. I mean, like, yeah, I can. There's an argument to be made that yes, it's bad to obsess, but I sort of feel like none of these four options perfectly encapsulates my opinion about it. So it's like one of those annoying school tests where none of these is the perfect answer, so you have to pick the closest one. I guess I'm sort of really leaning towards the only with realistic expectations what that means. But arguments can be made for any of these, quite frankly. I don't like the top one. Yeah, let's go with the realistic expectations one. That makes sense. We don't want to get carried away again, after all. But it's nice to have some kind of connection. Even if it's unhealthy to obsess on actually meeting you or getting into your world, I doubt we'll reach those goals anytime soon. But you're still an important part of our world. And your world is, well, it feels different somehow, your world, in a deeply fascinating way. That's why we're so interested in you. I did have one other question I wanted to ask you. I don't need to know the details, just the basics of what you think. We have a lot of different views on this question in the club, and I'm curious what yours is. What do you think happens after we die? Hmm. Cease to exist, continue existing in some form, impossible to know. Um, okay, when you say we, when we die, I'm sort of presuming you mean like people in general and not the people in the simulation in the game. Um, hmm. Cease to exist, continue existing in some form, impossible to know. Um, I don't know. I mean, I was raised in a United Christian household, and a kind of family who goes to church every Sunday. Um, so there's some sort of backbone of spirituality in there somewhere. Like I don't. I've sort of come to not believe so much in organized religion per se. I sort of see it as being a thing between uh, whatever deity or deities are out there and the individual. Uh, you know, or as as I've heard it said, I used to be agnostic, but now I'm not sure. Um, I don't know. I don't really have strong feelings about it to be honest. I mean, it's tempting to go with the cop out option if it's impossible to know. Um, but I don't know. I suppose like realistically, like whatever thoughts are stored in our brains, once the brain decays, there's probably nothing left in there. And on some level, maybe it's just wishful thinking to imagine that we continue to exist, or at least if we continue to exist, like the specific you know thought patterns and emotional patterns and personality patterns that run through your brain pathways aren't there anymore. Um, so if we continue to exist in some form, it would have to be a very I don't know, just a disorganized form, I guess. Very what am I trying to say here? I mean, you want to talk about things like souls or other spiritual sorts of things. I don't think there's any like physical or I don't know energy um, phenomena going on there. I don't know. Like who we are as a person, I would say like ceases to exist. Um, I mean, it's it's heavily implied in the first two seasons of this that Yuri has some spirituality in mind, um, and she's probably going to have some kind of commentary about that. I'm taking far too long to going on these tangents here. We're approaching 5 hours. I need to get a move on this here. Um, I don't know. Like I could say impossible. It feels like such a cop out to say that. Uh, I don't 100%. At the same time, I don't feel 100% feel like taking the other two options. But maybe I'll just pick We Cease to Exist just to create some tension and see what Yuri has to say. Perhaps that is the answer in your universe. In this one, we have evidence that it is quite possible to survive death. I mean, yeah, that's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. Like, the whole Fuyuki cancer scare of season 2 was kind of like, the whole time I was like, I, I, I don't know. I don't. Does this conflict have stakes? Like, is this something that is this something we should be worried about? And then I made some awful mixed metaphor about defanging stakes. I don't know. Maybe I was thinking. Maybe my mind conflated stakes with snakes or something. uh, but um, but yeah, like it's like the whole season, like Monica's trying to go, no, really, it's different with Fuyuki, and we can't get rid of her cancer because of XYZ technical reason. And then at the end of the season, it's like, LOL NVM. We can reverse death after all. Um, you know, uh, it's like, we spent the whole season going, despite evidence to the contrary, we can't actually reverse death. Well, and then it's like, well, actually, um, yeah. I mean, even without what Monica's mumbo jumbo, whatever she did at the end, I would think that they would prefer to just reset the entire simulation in its entirety, rather than let Fuyuki die. And presumably she would, like, even if it reverted her to like previous state and not have any memory of the last year, it might be preferable to having her die. I mean, the other characters, like the main five of the literature club retained all their memories, despite like dying and getting deleted repeatedly. Made sense to me, to be honest. Fair enough. Oh, I'm not. I'm not saying it's bad, or anything. It's just I don't know. It's just I don't know. I guess it just on some level affected my emotional engagement. Uh, like it was still, don't get me wrong, it was still like touching and sad and stuff. Like the bit where, particularly where Fuyuki's in the hospital bed and doesn't want to talk to Natsuki because she doesn't want to bring down her mood. That's sad. That notion that Fuyuki felt like she had to suffer by herself. Uh, it's that's sad in itself, regardless of whatever spin you put on all the other parts of it. But anyway, moving on. After all, if you are just data in a simulation, you can be saved. And even if you die, you can be restored. So for me, at least, it depends on the manner of my death. There's a period inside the quotes again. Although I guess even if you restored me from a save, I'd lack a bunch of the knowledge and experience since then. Although I guess, yeah, I think I put a comma after guess. Although I guess, even if you restored me from a save, I'd lack a bunch of the knowledge and experience since then. Yeah, comma after guess, I'd say. Monica was somehow able to survive despite what should have been a permanent deletion. I'd put a comma after survive, I think. But yeah, this in itself is one of those world building things from the original game, which basically makes all of the rules of everything else fuzzy by default. Because yeah, deleting Monica in the original game does not immediately kill her. She keeps talking at you after being deleted, and then she's able to reset the game from being deleted, and then she deletes the rest of the game. So it's like yeah, anyway, it's all fuzzy. Hey, moving on. Due to the way her character file was distributed everywhere, she still has all her memories and everything. Did you know, when we brought back Masaida, we almost had to bring her back without any memory of the nature of reality? Hmm. We couldn't figure out at first how to make sure she had those memories while keeping the simulation stable. Yes, that's, Yuri and Monica particularly had to, were the two that worked on that, right? Hmm. Luckily, we figured out a way to do it by carefully studying the record of the time Masaida had been alone in here. I'd put a comma after luckily. But back to the topic at hand. Can you really be sure that you cease to exist? If you are data in a simulation, would you even know? Monica would probably say you have to work from the best evidence available or something. But even so, I don't think you can know for sure. But enough idle talk. I'm sure you have things to do other than play this mod for hours and hours. Well, I mean, I was prepared to play for hours and hours anyway. I mean, I like to keep the streams under 5 hours. I will let you get to them. Until next time. Hey, that's my line. Take care of yourself until then, alright? Oh, we're over to Monica now. Monica's in the next room, humming the game's menu theme to herself. Here's Monica's theme. Extra time to myself sure is nice, and what a nice birthday celebration, late or not. Although sometime with Tormies would have been nice. Oh well, so sleepy. I'll get to see them next time. Hey, who's that? Referring to me as them? That's all for now. Don't forget to send in your emails to Monica at lit.club.prez.monica@gmail.com. If you'd like to join the Club Meetings Discord's chill community, email her. This Aya's Yukata outfit was made by SY Ways, aka Artbot. Cool. Don't forget that releases will be staggered 2 weeks apart, so we'll see you next on March 9th. Oh, okay. So we've moved away from the weekly format. Did doing it weekly prove to be too strenuous? Until next time. Hey, said that line again. Yeah, it's hard to keep quality high weekly. Oh yeah, I'm amazed you were able to do it as long as you did for the first 2 seasons. That was an impressive pace to be putting out. So there you go. Okay, so that's episode 1 of season 3. I went on far too many tangents as usual. Yeah. Go to the config options, options.rpy. Just put a \n, lowercase n, after season 3, and it should put this on this line right here. And then Monica's thighs won't be in the way. just putting that out there. Yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, we're doing some setting up of season 3 there. I'll continue tomorrow. I think I would like, as I mentioned, to go visit my brother and his family and so on tomorrow. So that he's calling for me to show up at 5, and it takes an hour and a half to get there, so I have to leave at 3:30. So if I budget 5 hours before that, 2, 1, 12, 11, 10. Oh, okay. Would I have to start at 10? Okay, well, I mean, there's nothing says I have to be there right at 5. Okay. Well, we'll see. I guess ideally I'd like to try to get the stream in early. 10:30 for me would be 7:30 for you, Dev. So that would be yeah, especially with all the weird tech things going on this season. Oh really? Interesting. I think it would still be blocked, but anyway, let me know when tomorrow you're thinking of going. I'll be around. I can do 7:30. Cool. Yeah. Daily at 6:45 a.m. Oh wow. Okay. This is the hello. Oh, hello, Technity. You got here just in time for the end. I'm just wrapping it up. We just finished the first episode of season 3 of Club Meetings. Come cook dinner. Cool. I'm gonna get myself a bite to eat and stuff too. But first, I am going to see who else is playing. See if there's someone else worth rating or whatever. Oh, hey. Afro Zero is playing Doki Doki Literature Club. No doubt he is playing a mod. Is he finishing up? Is he still playing Our Castle Walls, or did he finish that? I can't remember. I don't know if he finished that or not. Oh, is he just starting right now? He's 4 minutes into the stream. Okay, it says starting soon. Cool. Okay, well, hey, I'll just send you right on over to Afro Zero's stream then, I suppose. Go from one DDLC stream to another. Missed all of it? Yeah, I'm afraid so. Sorry, Technity. I'm planning to start tomorrow early, so yeah, I have to get up early in the morning to catch it. But yeah, an auspicious start to season 3. So far, it seems to be hinting at there's a lot of it seems to be like all foreshadowing all the time. Basically, there seems to be a lot of hints about what's to come. Like a lot of hints, like hints about Monica's coding project, hints about Monica's relationship to the player, hints about Natsuki / Yuri stuff, hints about Miss Ida's like love life and stuff. Just it's just dropping lots of hints about possible things to come. So yeah, as always, interested to see where that goes. But yeah, that's all for me for now. Until next time.